And it's a collaborative workshop between the Department of Religious Studies and the University of Munster. This is just the beginning of greater things to come. We have Dr. Felicity James. This program is stemming out of a postdoctoral research. And so the funding for what you are seeing is from her project. Doc, we want to see you upstanding. We'll clap for you. Yes, please sit. And then she's come all the way with Professor Holger Struwolf. Professor Struwolf is the director for the Center of Nessie Allen New Testament Bible. You know, we have used it for research here. This is a man from whose office we have used. Probably want to see you up. So clap for you. He's here to learn from us. Then we also learn from him. Maybe what he wants to learn is, how is it that we are able to use his Bible to do mother tongue translation and interpretation, and people get PhD? So he's here to learn. We also learn from him. And then we have our old brother, Dr. Michael Wandusen. Michael, some time ago, I stole him from Germany to Ghana. And then he stayed small, he decided to run away again. So he's gone back to Germany. But he did a connection for us. So Michael, you are welcome. Now, the participants here are students of the department who studied directly under me. Some are current students, and some are past students. So they have invited to participate in the conference, to see that when we talk about marathon biblical, it's not just in this university, it's beyond us. So let's see all the participants stand up, and then we acknowledge them. Yes. Please sit. And then we have one of our presenters here, Dr. Ayi. He's the rector of the what's your university? Perez University College. And he's a New Testament scholar. He's here to present the paper. Yes. He drove all the way this morning to be with us. The rest of the participants are not here with us. They will present online. Yes, Dr. Rai, yes, is here. Please stand. Yes, Dr. Rai, he's representing Gilbert. Bible translation is also presenting a paper. You are all welcome. Thank you very much. Yes.
Thank you. I'm, as part of the project coming from Germany, I am very grateful for the collaboration that we have here in Ghana. I'm also very grateful for Professor Jonathan Kuwanu Ajawato to allow us to be here. It's because of people who have opened their interests and their academic ideas that we're able to participate in this wonderful workshop. And I thank you very much for your participation, for your willingness to be with to collaborate with us, and also to Ernest Feng Bong and Peter Adams for also helping put this together. We also thank Professor Holger Struwolf for coming so far with us to make this journey also possible and making it a truly international collaborative experience. This workshop extends from a project that I am the principal investigator of, that's run out of the University of Munster, which is funded by the German Research Council, in collaboration also with the Arts and Humanities Research Council in England. So it's an international project that we bring with you also to Ghana. The project is called Global Bible, British and German Bible Societies Translating Colonialism, 1800 to 1910. And from the title, you'll notice it's very much of a historical project, but we also wish to look at the ramifications of Bible translations to the present day. This project has a number of postdocs on it, and in Munster, I have the very great pleasure of working with Dr. Michael Wandusen. It was his idea to have this project, having a workshop here in Ghana, to bring back some of the research that we're doing in Germany here to an audience who can also give us incredible, rich insights into our project. And I thank Michael for having the idea. I'll hand over to you.
Thank you, Felicity. So, as Felicity said, I joined the project that she is leading on the German side in May last year. And when I read the project design, read the content, the objectives, and all that, I realized that it would be essential to engage with scholars who are actually working with the objects of the research and to interact with them and exchange with them on what they are doing, and that it will be enriching to the project as a whole. So I brought up the idea at a project meeting, at my meeting with her, and said, let's go and do a workshop in Ghana. I'm coming from KNUST. I think there's a professor there engaged in mother tongue biblical hermeneutics, and I have the contact with him, and I think he would be interested in collaborating with us to do the workshop. Thankfully, I have a boss that has an eye for good ideas and willing to support good ideas, so she was up for it, and we were able to organize that. So on the one hand, I thank Felicity for allowing me to bring new ideas outside the project scope, and also leading efforts for us to get funding from the university's internationalization fund to support this. And on the other hand, to thank Professor Kuono Ajawoto that even though I pulled back and he was not too hurt as to reject my invitation to collaborate, but willingly came on board and was enthusiastic about it. And today, by God's grace, we could have what we are about to experience, which I think would be enriching. Ultimately, our aim from the project side, our aim is that at the end of the day, the presentations that we would hear, particularly from colleague senior and colleague researchers in the area of mother tongue biblical hermeneutics, such presentation would inspire us, would give us in the project insightful ideas to be able to deliver on the project objectives that we've set for ourselves. Particularly interesting for us is that the capstone of the project is an exhibition that we're going to have next year into the last phase of the project, and we are hoping that the engagement that we would have here would open up new dimensions for us in ways that our exhibition would be successful than we are currently envisaging. So it's really a win for us to be here, and I hope that it's also a great win for our colleagues here in Ghana, and particularly here at KUST. Thank you.
Now it is my chance just to give you an overview of the program that we have here. As you will see, I hope you all have a copy of the program in front of you. We have other copies if you need them. That we have a first session today that will be moderated by Professor Kuwanu Ajawoto, and in which we will talk a lot about the histories of translations. And then we'll have a break, and a second session where we'll talk about the reception of mother tongue Bibles, then a lunch break, and then a third session about the dissemination of mother tongue Bibles. Each of the presentations is for a 20-minute talk and a 10 minutes, so we have time to discuss. And many of our participants, as you know, will be with us via Zoom, and we're very grateful for the technology that we have to allow us to come together virtually. And so without further ado, I would like to send the moderation over to you, Professor.
Okay. Right. Thank you very much. So we are good to go now. The first session, we have the history of translation of mother tongue Bibles. And Dr. Felicity and Michael will do a presentation for us. When we finish, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, and then 10 minutes questions. When we finish, then Professor Kem will continue, and then Prof. Holger will also do. Then we end the first session. Right, so we are good to go.
Hello? Yeah.
Thank you. What we wish to do here is just to tell you about the project that we have running in Germany and in England, and to give you a couple of ideas about our new results. It's not an academic paper, it's more of just an introduction to our project. So you can read the title here, The Global Bible, British and German Bible Societies, Translating Colonialism, 1800 to 1914. And the project, which we've called Global, which is a combination of global and Bible, aims to critically investigate British and German contributions to the creation of a global Bible, specifically the aim to the translation of Christian scriptures from the 19th century into over 1,000 languages. So at the beginning of the 1800s, there were only about 300 languages that had been translated, had the Bible been translated into. And by the end of the 19th century, there was almost 1,000 different languages. We can also imagine the amount of work that it took for those people for many people to work together to create these Bibles. So we're interested in delineating and deconstructing the global Bible movement, focusing on the work of Indigenous translators and evangelicals, and the significant contribution of British and German Bible societies and the missionaries in the field. Why have we looked at Bible societies? In the academic research at the moment, not so much focus is being put upon Bible societies. Many more people have focused on missionary societies and the work that they've done, but Bible societies in and of themselves are less researched. But this is interesting given that, for example, the British and Foreign Bible Society, which is one of the largest Bible societies in the world, which was established in 1804, was printing up to 5 million Bibles. I'm sorry, that's in German. But in 1900, around 5 million Bibles were being published by the British and Foreign Bible Society alone. And with them as well, there was also the Dutch Bible Society, who also had many Bibles that they were translating and publishing, and the American Bible Society. They're the three main Bible societies. We were also looking, though, at German Bible societies. But as I said beforehand, our project is an international collaboration between colleagues in Britain and colleagues in Germany. And we were looking at a project that drew together some of the interests that we both had. In the German-speaking world, one of the oldest Bible societies existed from 1710. And their aim was to create Bibles that were affordable for everyone, that not only the rich could read the Bible. And from the Kannstanischen Bibelanstalt, then we also had other Bible societies, including the one that was in the Württembergische Bibelgesellschaft in Stuttgart from 1812. So you can see also in Germany that there's a longer tradition of Bible translations or creating cheap Bibles for the peoples than, say, in England, but they're not as widespread as the British. Then we have a number of research questions as part of our project, including, and I'll just read a couple of them, how did British and German Bible translations map onto the colonial world? So our project's also very interested in seeing how the colonial dominance and the imperialism also in some ways manifested itself in Bible translations. What significance did collaborations between British and German Bible societies have for the global Bible projects? And we noticed that there are a number of Bible translations that worked with both British and German Bible societies together. And what do Bible Society archives reveal about the agency of global majority translators and evangelicalists in the Arctic, Australia, Oceania, and West Africa? And those are our 3 case studies that we have in the project. And we're also looking at the legacies of Bible translations. We have 3 themes in the project. One is a digital humanities part, which will have a map, and I will tell you a bit about that in a moment. We're looking at networks, how people worked together to create Bible translations. That's our conference. In German, you spell conference with a K. And then we have an exhibition that Michael had already spoke about that we'll have in the Bible Museum in Munster. And as I said, there are 3 case studies, the Arctic, Oceania, and Australia, and West Africa. Here is our German team. You can see the Bible Museum curator at the side there in the black jacket. Professor Stuffolf is there in the red tie. I'm in the middle, and these are the other people that are part of our team. And as I said, we have people in Bristol, in the UK, working with us, including under the directorship of Professor Hilary Carey. I don't need to perhaps introduce Michael, but he is the postdoc on the project who is doing the majority of the work. And so I must thank him also for all of his work as well on the project. And here I wish to hand over to Michael, not to talk about the Arctic case studies, but to talk about the West African case study.
Yeah, thank you, Felicity. So as she has mentioned, we are working in 3 regions as our case studies. One of it is the West African case study, which I am in charge of. And within the West African case study, I'm looking at 3 Bible translations in the colonial missionary era, and that is the Ever Bible, the Gar Bible, and then the Tree Bible. I have, in the first 8 months to, I think, 10 months of the project, been able to research the history of the Ever Bible translation. And if you remember from the project objectives, one of it is that we want to spotlight African agency in the entire process, or indigenous agency, but in the West African case, we say the African agency in the whole process. That means highlighting the contributions of Africans in that whole process. The history, as we have known it, is that the missionaries came and for whatever reasons wonderfully mastered our languages and were able to translate the Bible into it. That is really fantastic, but the reality is that they didn't do that all by themselves. Yeah, there were really indigenous inputs, very essential for that matter. And so my aim actually is to build on existing studies like Ekem's Early Scriptures of the Gold Coast to dig deeper into such indigenous translations. So with the Ever Bible, I was able to locate one Ever individual, a young man at the time, Ludwig Ajaklo, of whom Ekem has written a little bit about. But my task was to go beyond Ekem's contribution to gather as much data on this young man as possible, because without him, actually, the Ever Bible couldn't have been translated, at least the Old Testament part, in the early 20th century. And so through archival research, I was able to build a solid data on him and to write a research article already published a research article on him. And the central argument that I made in that study was that given the essential role that Ludwig Ajaklo played in the history of the translation of the Ever Bible, he deserves to retrospectively be called a co-translator with the German translator, the main German translator, who was called Jakob Speed, than just a helper of Speed. And that is the central argument, and I built that argument on the archival evidence that I had, where I realized that Jakob Speed and Ajaklo sat together on a table and worked together in translating from the then Hebrew originals that were available to them into Ever. One of the significant things that Ajaklo did for me as a researcher, is that he did not only master his own mother tongue and the cultural surroundings, but he also mastered German, such that he could be a bridge builder between his colleague Jakob Speed and his Ever context as well. And so my current focus is on the Gar Bible, and actually came 2 weeks earlier than Felicity and Holger to gather data on the Ever Bible, the Gar Bible. And there I'm focusing on Thomas Korte and Jacob Nikoi, and I'm trying to make the same case for them as much as the data will allow me, as I've done with Ludwig Ajaklo. The final part of my work would be the Tree Bible, which I would also seek to highlight indigenous or Ghanaian agency in the entire process. As, again, Felicity mentioned, the overarching goal of the project is a focus on Bible societies and their contribution to the whole process. And so part of it is to look at the evidence that exists indicating this contribution. And already with the Ever Bible, we see that a number of Bible societies contributed to the entire work. We can already see on the German side, the Bremen Bible Society, and the Wittenberg Bible Society and other German Bible societies. And then also, of course, the chunk of it was taken by the British and Foreign Bible Society. So even within the archives, we find evidence for the significant contribution of Bible societies to the whole process. Yeah, so I'll turn it over to Felicity now to give us a brief on the digital humanity aspect.
Thank you, Michael. One of the parts that we wanted also to do is to make a little bit more visible about where Bible societies had translated what parts of the Bible at what times. And so we took a book called The Book of a Thousand Tongues, and it's had many iterations over the years. We're particularly interested in the one from 1938 and from North and from NIDA in 1972. And these are published by the United Bible Societies. And these books give an indication of when Bibles, what parts of the Bible were translated in what places. And sometimes they give snippets of who was actually, who published them. Always they give a European name, but sometimes, if we're lucky, they also give names of Indigenous workers. What I'm going to show you here is some of how the pages are set up. And so what you have here is a page from the Book of a Thousand Tongues. We have here the names of different languages. We have here aspects of the texts. We have here in purple places. Digo, for example, we have the Tanganyika territory in East Africa, now in Tanzania. We have dates. We have in here yellow the names of the Bible societies. And if you put all that together, you can see there's a rich aspects of the data can be called. And then what we've done is we put together a database. And what I'm going to send around in a moment is our website, because what I wanted to show you, which I can't do here now, can I? Because it's not, okay. That's okay. What I'll do is I'll send around a slip of paper that has the address of the website on it, and you'll be able to look through yourself about the data. So what we've done is to extract all the data as you've seen, and then you'll be able to search through it. And the project is then also going to demonstrate where you can click on Ze'ere, and then it will give you information about what parts of the Bible were translated at what time, by whom, and also give some more information about that. We thought that this is a really interesting way to visualize how the Bible, over 1,000 different languages, was translated over time, and hopefully also connect that with information about various colonial settings, so that we can also see in some ways which came first, the Bible or the government, the colonial settings. And this is interesting also because in some places we know that the Bible was translated first into indigenous languages and then came the colonists, and in other ways it was the other way around. And we're also interested in looking at the ways this happens, because that will tell us a lot about the colonial aspects of the Bible as well. But what we're also interested in also pulling up as much as we can, as I said, about the indigenous translators, and that we'll be able to do that, I think, with the highlighting what we have from the work that Michael's doing and some of the work from the other case studies. So that was a quick overview of our project. We thank you very much for your attention. There's so much that we can learn from you, and we're hoping that in the next time that we have in the project that we'll be also able to incorporate some more information that you might be able to help us supply for our project. Thank you very much for your attention.
We thank our presenters for what they have given us this morning, history of the project from the German perspective and then from the West African perspective. Michael is more interested in calling the people who helped the German translators co-translators instead of just helpers, and I like that one because they didn't understand the language. Somebody helped them to do all that, so they shouldn't be downplayed. It's now time for questions. If you have any questions or contributions, you can ask them.
I'm Mauli Nyado.
That's right.
I'm actually doing a mother tongue exegesis of Ephesians chapter 6, the verse 1 to 4 in Norway. And I took interest in your work of finding out those who helped with the translation. I got curious. Did you by chance found out if there were women who contributed to the translation process? Because I found none.
Please go ahead.
Yes, thank you. That's my question. Thank you. So were women also part? Because it's only the men that were celebrated. I don't know if there were women that were part of the translation process.
That's actually a very important question. Unfortunately, at least from my side, as much as the archival data that I worked with allow me, I didn't find any female contributors to the whole process. And I think there are historical reasons for that, and Felicity could say a bit about that because it's remotely something that you are interested in as well. Yeah.
Thank you for the question. I think it's really important for women to be put back into these histories, and also the contributions that women are doing today, because although it's a very male-dominated space in the 19th century, that's what we get from the archives. But I'm sure, just like you found more contributions of male Indigenous translators, I'm sure that women were also helping. So I'd be interested also in your own work, if you could know if we have any examples that we can talk about, because I think women need to have more recognition, and they often aren't in the historical record.
Okay. Any other question?
Yes, please. May I know why you settled on these three Bibles, the Ewe, the Ashantis, and the Ga? Any reasons?
The simple reason is one of historical, in the sense that within the time frame that we are working, these three Bibles, of course, there's the Fanti Bible that I didn't mention, but these four Bibles were translated. The Ga, of course, the first, the Kuyapimchi, the Ewe, the Fanti as well. And they fit into the historical time space that we are working with. A remote reason is that I have, of course, been engaging with Ekem's foundational work, and he was my third doctoral supervisor, and so the inspiration also comes from that. So apart from the historical reason, the other reason would be my previous research before I joined the project. Yeah.
But I must say that we're also looking forward to extending our project as well. We have ways in which we have a blog post, if anybody wants to write about the history of a particular Bible translation, we're happy to put that on our British Bristol blog. And this is also ways in which we'd like to engage and have more than what we're able to do just in the limited time that we have for the project. And so we're also asking for your contributions.
Yes. Any more questions? Right. If the questions are exhausted, we want to give them a round of applause for the presentation. Thank you very much. Our next presenter is Professor Johnny Kim. Is he online? Yeah, find out whether yes. Technical Professor Johnny Kim, is he online? He's not online. Let me call him. Oh, you can send him a...
We can also switch.
You can, yeah.
No problem if you can switch.
Yeah, that's right. So whilst we wait for him, Prof. Holger will speak. Yes. Let's welcome him. So Prof. Holger is speaking on what text to translate, the New Testament textual criticism and its impacts on translations. So, Prof, you're on the floor.
Oh, it's a great honor for me to be here and to present my little paper about textual criticism and translation. We, an institute, try to reconstruct the oldest text that's available of the New Testament. And I will try to tell you something about what may be the relevance of our work for translators. Oh, sorry.
Yes.
I just began to talk to...
As the director of the center that produces the Nelson Ireland New Testament document for us, which we use for research down here in Ghana. And then he speaks Greek. I understand he reads the Greek Bible. He has published extensively. And then we are very happy to have him here. He will learn from us, and then he will also learn from him. Prof, please go ahead.
Okay, that's what the interesting thing is for us. What text of the New Testament, what edition of the New Testament do translators really need?
Yes.
That's what I really want to know, because we at the Institute produce 2 editions, at least 2, not at 3, but 2 editions. One is the Nestle Aland, is for scientific work, and the other one is the Greek New Testament of the UBS, Bible Society, that's mainly for translators. And we want to know very often with what kind of variants, what kind of informations out of the text history do translators really need. That's why I'm here, and that's why I'm glad to be part of this project. I have brought some places. For example, Luke 22, 43 through 44. There's a story where Jesus is in Gethsemane praying. And they said, Father, if you're willing, take this cup from me, yet not my will, but yours will be done. It's a new international version. Then comes an angel from heaven appeared to him and strengthened him, and being in anguish, he prayed more earnestly, and his sweat was like drops of blood falling to the ground. Also, this text translation is as old as Reformation, because already Luther translated this. I have an old German. Many Germans cannot really read this, so don't bother that you can't understand. It's the same text as I have it now, but in German. And Luther translated this sentence too. And also Luther's revisions that were made have this text. And also, the Luther text, Luther translated the Bible in the 16th century, and Luther's Bible is still used in the Protestant church in Germany, but it has to be revised because you can say this text, no German can really read anymore because it's not the German of today. So the text is always revised, but the text stayed the same. These verses are always in, and also a Spanish translation. And you know why? Because Erasmus of Rotterdam, in his edition of 1516, using manuscripts of the 15th century, had it in. And the majority of manuscripts have this sentence in. In the Luther revision now, from 2070, this text, these words, are in brackets. That means we don't think that they are original text. And now see, the new revised standard version also has changed this, has it in brackets, saying that it doesn't belong here, saying other ancient authorities lack these verses. And now see what's really happening. This is a page of the Nestle Aland, and we see the sentence here as I translated it before. Go back to the translation. An angel from heaven appeared to him and strengthened him, and being in anguish, he prayed more earnestly, and his sweat was like drops of blood falling to the ground. This is exactly here. And you see the Latin translation of himself. The sentence is in here. Can I have a... No, yeah. Do you see see this? Is it there? Where? Sorry. Go back. I want to show this, but I cannot get. Where's my pointer?
Assistance.
Is the pointer? Do you see the pointer now? Is it there? Yes. You see. Here's ofte der Autor angelos ab uranu, and so on. It's in there, and that's why it was translated everywhere. You see, in the Luther revision, it's in brackets now. And let's look what's in the apparatus. You have the apparatus tells us that these verses are omitted by some very, very important witnesses. It's P, but I'll see later. But the other variant, this edition, what you think, is very old. You see here I highlighted for Justin. Justin Martyr lived till 165 when he was died as martyr. So this text is very, very old. And here he says, and he has this text, but only gives a hint to it. He says, in the memories that I have told you that are from the apostles and from their followers, it is written, then idros hosei tromoi, that means drops. We sweat like drops. But nothing about blood. But we see as a hint that he knew this text. And then compared it to a Dunaton, that's the text citation. So you can really say, Justin, the martyr, 150, 160, knew this variant that we have in the majority of manuscripts. Going on, we see, the other hand, P75, one of the best and oldest manuscripts we have available today, of the whole Gospel of Luke, has the omission. And you look here, you see the text. I have a transcription underneath, and you see the text. Sorry. Oh, he does what he wants. Computer technical and German professors don't fit sometimes. Although we're doing much digital humanities, but that's what my people do, and I have to trust on them. So let's see. Plan me telemas mu ala to son genesto. That's what to take. And then it goes on without. Sorry, why it's getting small? Bigger. I don't want to do this. So sorry. So it's missing here. The next sentence is after your will shall happen, and he stood and getting up from prayer, he went to the disciples and found them sleeping. So here the text is missing. Huh? No, it doesn't go on. But on the other hand, there's one manuscript, a very famous manuscript, the Codex Sinaiticus, also one of the oldest, or the middle of the 4th century, has both texts. On the one hand, you see, here's the notation Sinaiticus, you know, the Aleph, the Hebrew Aleph is for this manuscript, and there's 2A, that means the second corrector first deleted it. And then another corrector, as you see down there, Aleph dot 2b, added it again. How did it look? What happened really? Look at the manuscript. We see what happens. You see here's the text off tear. I'm not allowed to touch the screen. The screen doesn't like it. So here right is the off tear. And this is the text is written here in the first hand. That the manuscript first wrote the text, and then you see at the side, you see these little signs, you know, like and little points over the letters. That is a sign of deletion. That means this text doesn't belong here. That's the second corrector say. But then another corrector deleted the signs again. So they are washed out. You see that you cannot really see them so very well. So it was 3 steps. First, it was written in the text. Then one corrector said it doesn't belong to the text. And then another said, oh, it belongs there, and wiped out the correction. So it's an interesting thing. But one other thing is that there are manuscripts who have this text not at this place, but in another place. For example, a very important family of text, we call F13, has it in Matthew. The same pericope, not in Luke, but in Matthew. But there's a strong argument that it's a wandering pericope, that is not original text. The scribes found this, but inserted it in different places. And another thing is, there are manuscripts that add it, but with obelos. You know, obelos is a sign of deletion. So here I have a very important manuscript, 892, who has this text here. Say we begins with ofte, and then you see this signs at the margin. They say this is not original. So it was already in the manuscript that have the text. Many of them say it doesn't belong here. And that's why we would delete this. But in many translations, as you've seen, it's still in. So I would say this doesn't belong to the oldest text. You should not translate it in the text, have a note on it and say this is not original, this was a later edition. And say another place is like this. You know, when Jesus is crucified, it's Luke 23, 33 to 34. We see that here is read, and you know, also bracketed. Double bracket means that it's not original. As Jesus was crucified between two, how do you call murder, I don't know the English word, kakurgos, bad doers, how do you call it? Criminals, bad people who do bad. I don't know the English word now. But he was crucified between two criminals, say like this. And then Jesus, but hodde Jesus elegen pater afhes autus ugar oidasin ti poiusin. But Jesus said, Father, forgive them. They don't know what they are doing. And if we see here, it's again that very book manuscripts don't have this text, while others add it. And the question is, and you see, many editions now leave it out. For example, the New International Version says some manuscripts don't have this sentence. Here also Luther has it, Luther translation, modern translation has it in brackets, saying it's not original. And if you ask, and if you now say, why is it the original text, you could say it could be the other way around. But if you take the rule, what is more easy to explain? What is the reason for leaving this sentence out? And you find no reason. Why should someone leave it out? But it's very clear why one put it in. Because you say it's a text, you know, when Stephanus dies, he says exactly these words. Father, forgive them, they don't know what they are doing. And what the scribes do is here, Jesus must be more than Stephanus. So they wrote it in, saying Jesus is the one who did this first, and then Stephanus follows him. So the text was changed by many scribes, but the text is certainly not original, because why should one delete this text? So this is the older text we have. How much time have I? I have no... I give a last place where we changed the text of the New Testament according to the manuscript tradition in younger times. You see in the oh, this is wrong here. That's what? In Jude 5, the King James Version and many other versions, all versions before read this, I will therefore, Jude speaks, I will therefore put in remembrance, though you once knew this, that how that the Lord, having saved the people out of the land of Egypt, afterwards destroyed them that believed not. And again, other version, New King James Version is also that the Lord, having saved the people out of the land of Egypt, afterwards destroyed those who did not believe. And it's also quite clear why it happened. It's in Erasmus edition, hoti ho Kyrios, that's the Lord. And Erasmus also translated is quod Dominus, that's the Lord. And here have the two texts he has it. But in newer translations, the text is changed. Here it is not the Lord anymore, but it's Jesus. That Jesus saved the people out of Egypt and later destroyed those who did not believe. And also the English Standard Version has, it was Jesus who saved the people. But they're all saying that there are many manuscripts, the majority of manuscripts that read Lord. You say this is a very strange reading to have Jesus, but how did we come to the idea to change this? One reason is because the textual history is quite clear here. We have in Nestler-Aland and the ECM, in our edition, we changed the text, Hoti Jesus, also Hoti Jesus laon ektes Aegyptu sosas. The older text was this, and now there are interesting variants. Let's look at the variants here. Wait. Here, see, in the apparatus of the Nestler-Aland, there are many different manuscripts from different places and different backgrounds who have, in some way, Jesus. P772 has even another variant, but that's dependent on the Jesus variant. It's Theos Christos, the God, Jesus God. It's a variant to Jesus. But if you now look to the, you see this apparatus in the ACM, you see what happens here. Many different variants. Because that's one of the places where the text was very critical, not easy to understand. And if there are texts in the New Testament that have a problem, then the variant production explodes. Because if there is a variant, if the oldest text exists, and the oldest text is not easy to understand, then scribes begin to think, and then they change. And this is one place. If there was Jesus in the beginning, you can really understand why this happens. Because they had some problem. Why Jesus? Does Jesus put the people out of Egypt? And so you say, then they begin to think, and then they change the text. And you can see here how it happened. A was the Jesus, and then some made Ho Jesus, then other made Kyrios Jesus. This is how we think that the text developed to the. And if you see why do we do this, then you have to see. I give our little hint to the method we use. We use for Editio Camayo, or big editions. We use all the manuscripts we have, and using it with computer diagrams and trying to find out how the manuscripts and how their texts relate to each other. We call this textual flow diagrams. If you transcribe all manuscripts that are available and have text that is old enough to be interesting, then you cannot do the work anymore with your brain. You have to have a computer to compare all the manuscripts together. And this method we call the genealogical coherence-based genealogical method. You can find out how the text develops. And here you see how it developed. It really came from Jesus to Kyrios and all this to say the textual development shows that Jesus is the older variant. And then you can really explain why it happened. In the text of the Gospel of Jude, it's quite clear that Jesus is God and that Jesus is pre-existent. And then that's why he says, Jesus let the people out of Egypt. Yes, because he's the Son of God. So he was there already, so he could do this. But later on, there was some doubt and say, wow, this is a wrong text. And then they changed. And if someone begins to change such an important text, then the development explodes. Because then, for example, one thing is, tell you here, this variant I said, where is it? Not here, Hotios. No, it's because only we have it. This variant, Hoti Theos Christos, someone was thinking, in the old church, normally you say, Jesus is the man. Christos is the Son of God. And if the text says, Jesus saved the people, there was someone saying, it was a very old text, they're saying, this is strange. Jesus? No, it was Christ, the Son of God, who is God. So they changed this text. But also this variant is a very clear argument for that Jesus was the first text here, the oldest text. You would never change if there was Kyrios. No one would change it into Theos Christos. And so that's why we think, using the more modern methods, that the text should be changed here. And many translations have already changed it. But one translation has not. And this is Luther 2017. It's wrong what they did. They stayed with der Herr, and then they made an argument saying, all other manuscripts read Jesus, and this is quite stupid. This is also the Greek spelling for Joshua. But Joshua didn't put the people out of Egypt. He sent the people. He led the people into the land. So Joshua has no idea that in the Old Testament there was Joshua. So that Joshua was a mistake for saying Joshua led the people out of Egypt. But that's wrong. It's stupid. So the text in the German Bible translation, I think, is wrong. It's not the oldest text. But that's one. And what are we doing here? This is my time is over now, but I can show you. This is what we're based on. This is the Editio Critica Major, the edition of the Greek New Testament, the big books, many books. We have produced now Catholic epistles, the Acts of the Apostles, Mark has appeared, and now with collaboration with Martin Karrer from Wuppertal, the Apocalypse is appeared in the ECM. And the very important thing for you, if you want to do textual criticism on the edge of time, you can use the ECM without buying a book. And going to the website of the Institute of New Testament Textual Research, here you see ECM, click on it, and then you get the edition digitally, and you can work with this edition. You can look up manuscripts, you can look up our textual diagrams. So everything what we used to produce our edition is available for everyone in this world who is only able to use a computer and to know Greek. Thank you very much. I hope I make you a little bit interested in the work of the Institute. Tomorrow in the morning, I will give a workshop about how we work. So if you would be interested in textual criticism, how we do it today, we can have a little look at the things we do at the Institute. Thank you very much for your patience.
We want to thank Prof. Holger for opening our eyes to some things which may be strange to us. There's a difference between biblical studies and Bible studies. What you do in church is Bible studies. This is biblical. I said, what we do in church is the offshoot of what you are telling us. So this thing you are telling, we don't tell it in church. Sorry, no.
I didn't understand.
You don't understand. I said, there's a difference between biblical studies and Bible studies. Biblical studies is what you have just told us about. In the church, we do Bible studies. We say it the way it is, and then we say, oh, Jesus said this. But what happened before Jesus said it is what you are telling us. So we have opened the floor for questions and contributions. You talk about textual criticism, whether we have the right to criticize the Bible. Please, yes, okay, your name. Mm-hmm.
My name is Joshua.
Okay.
But you're not a Jude.
All right, so thank you very much for the presentation. Please, what caused the change of the original manuscript to Jesus?
What caused
that change?
What changed? Yeah, you can see that
because if it was Jesus, then what caused that change?
Yes, I think because it was it's the theology of Jude is a little bit strained, and the people had some normal right copies had some problems. You would expect Kyrios here, and that's why they changed it, because Jesus was for them problematic. And it's very often, if you see the writer has other thoughts than the interpreters. And very often the interpreters have problems with the text and may, oh, that's a mistake. And you must see in the Greek New Testament manuscript, the so-called nomina sacra, the holy names, are always abbreviated. So it can happen very easily that Jesus and Kyrios are changed, because only two letters, iota sigma and kappa sigma. So it's not such a big step to do. If you read, and it's very easy, if someone reads, Jesus is the oldest text, I really think, if someone reads Jesus, he might say very easily, oh, it's a mistake for Kyrios, and changed it, without thinking that he really changed it. He all thinks, oh, there was a mistake in my copy. I have to copy my Vorlage, so I change it. They don't want to. What we really realize is that the scribes don't want to change the text. They want to do what we call deorthosis. That means correction. It's always in old church time. It was clear manuscripts were transcribed. Only way to get copies of a text was to make a copy, to transcribe it. And they knew that there were mistakes were happening. So we had everyone who had used a copy of a manuscript was forced to make a deorthosis. So look if it's right, and then correct the mistakes. And this deorthosis is very often the source of variation. Very often, some textual critics think that scribes were free doing what they do now. Their work was to transcribe. To write was in their exemplar, but they failed very often. You can really see we have 5,700 manuscripts of the New Testament, most of them photographed in the Institute. And no, not two of them are identical. They're all different. The majority of manuscripts has a majority text that is very close to each other, but even this text that is very, very strongly akin to each other has great differences. That's because transcribing is a mental process, and there something happens. You have to understand the text, and if you write a text, you read some passage of the text, memorize it in your brain, and then you think and very often the worst kind of variants we really hate are that they're happening every day, every time, when you cannot really help it, but they don't make much difference in sense, a word order. In Greek, the word order is very free. And so if a scribe says, ho Jesus, epen, tois apostolos, then it may be, he writes, tois apostolos, epen, ho Jesus. It doesn't make a big difference. And this happens all the time. And very often you cannot really say, what is the original text? Because it goes, if you ever see textual diagrams we have where the manuscripts, how do they connect to each other? You see it goes one way, back and forth. These variants are there, but they don't make no difference. The translator doesn't need them. We have to find a text, the original text, but these texts are not very easy to decide because it happens without any reason. But if we find reasons, for example, that Jesus is a strange variant, so it's changed, or someone thinks this variant, here something is missing, then it drops in. Or someone knows the text, for example, the text of the woman caught in adultery is not original in John, of course also found in Luke's manuscripts. How did this come? This story was such a wonderful story. I would not like to miss it in my Bible. But it was around, but not in the Gospels. It was around in the Gospel of Hebrews, I think, in the Gospel, and then it came into our Gospels. Why? Because this was a so wonderful story, and I think still it's a wonderful story. But we give it in brackets, saying this is not the original text. But I would never put it out of the New Testament. But I would say you have to have two tasks. Working historical is I want to know what is the oldest text. What did Luke, for example, really write, or what did Paul really write? And there we have to do all the work we can do. But many things are not interesting for translators when they don't make a difference. But the question of if the pericope adulterae is in the Bible is very, very important. But on the other hand, I think you have to be honest to your readers to say this is not an original story. It doesn't mean that it is not a story that Jesus really happened. You don't know, but it was not part of the Gospel of Luke when it appeared first time. And it's very interesting to see why did scribes change? What was, for text critics, it can be very interesting to see what were the problems people had if they read this text. And if there are some, you can see if they're very, very interesting variants, say, yes, there is a problem. They had some problems to understand, and then they thought, there must be something wrong, I have to correct it. Okay.
Right, yes. Dr.
Prof, thank you. My name is Yarai. Yarai, that's my name. I want to ask if there are very significant variations that can really shake the foundation of the Christian faith.
No. That's a good thing I can tell you. No, no, no. We make textual criticism, and we have not all the manuscripts that are available, and you find not one variant that is really giving you another gospel. The gospel stays the same, even if here in this place something is changing, but it doesn't change the Christian belief. So textual criticism, you cannot shake the foundations of Christianity. And the other way, you could say, what I see is how, although these variants are there, but now we know all of them. We know more variants than the antiquity knew because we know other manuscripts still exist. So we can really say, if someone says the text of the New Testament is not well transmitted, no, it's very good transmitted. The text, the sense of the text, the gospel is not changed. The words that are changed. Some thoughts are changed, but this thought that is in one place, if you would delete it, it's another place. It's there. So you cannot really. I think textual criticism shows that the text is very, very truly transmitted, because these variants we have don't change the meaning of the gospel.
Right. Thank you very much. Any question? Yes. Before you, Dr.
Chumesiankra.
Yeah, Chumesiankra. Yes.
Thank you, Prof. Prof, please, the text in Luke chapter 22, verses 43 and 44, that you have highlighted as one of the texts that need to be translated. It's a very important text in our context, because I've realized that some of our people in the church have developed a theology on prayer regarding this text. Mm-hmm. They find what we call proof text to support the reason why they encourage what we call aggressive prayer. To the extent that they say that if one is not aggressive enough in prayer, then the prayer may not be answered. And they use this test that you talked about to support it, that even Jesus, he had to pray aggressively. And it was because of the aggression that the sweat was dropping like blood. And in our translations, if you take Twi, one of the languages, indigenous languages, he says, na owo owo yamu omanempa ibomu yete na ne ho fifire ye se moja ntoantoa esoso efom. And in the English, like you said, he prayed, and the drops, his sweat dropped like blood, clot of blood. Now my question is that the liking of Jesus's sweat dropping to blood, is it in the current Greek text that you have?
No, it's as you see, it's in brackets.
Brackets, yes.
And it means it's not part of the original text.
Very well. And meaning that translators in our context probably relied on translations such as English. Therefore, they probably did not consult the Greek text, which is the original text.
Yes, it's only one question you're going to say. Maybe if a translator, you cannot say translators may not believe our decision, because it's a decision of a committee. I think this is normally, this is not in the original text, is normally agreed under textual critics all over the world, most of them.
That's right.
But there's always people who see the other way. You know, this is, I don't know how it is here, you know, this King James version, there are people who think that King James version is the right version and you cannot change it. But the problem is the King James version, and also as Luther's version, is based on a later text. Okay. And to be historically honest, I would say, everyone has to say, this is not the text that was original in the Gospel of Luke. There are much more arguments against it than for it. More you cannot say. You always say scientific work, I don't know, is not giving proofs for things that are clear forever. It's a hypothesis we have. And we have better and worse. We have good arguments or not good arguments. And I think the best argument is for this variant without the text. And this, I think, translators should be honest to the readers to give this text, maybe also in brackets, writing this text is not in the oldest manuscripts.
That's right.
To give them the chance to be clear that maybe if you say yes, I can prove this with this text, you say yeah, maybe not. You cannot prove it with this text. You can say yes in the old church very early. This was put in, but it was not the text that Luke wrote.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Prof, he has said a lot of things, but remember that the Bible is still the Word of God. In Asante Tree, the Bible is the Word of God. In Firefoot, the Bible is the Word of God. How it came to us, God speaks to us like that. And let's take it. He's speaking from the scientific point of view. I'm happy he says that the gospel hasn't changed. So don't go and change that in the Firefoot Bible. And don't go and say that in church, that this one is not in the Greek. They will sack you from the church.
What? Well, I'm a preacher too. I'm a pastor too.
Yes.
I tell my people this.
I see.
I tell the people, for example, in my congregation, when I'm preaching, I say, this is a word that is not from Paul. And they have no problem with it. It depends, I believe, on the confessional status that you have. But in the German church, it's no problem. I would also say, for example, that 2 Peter is not from Peter, for example. This is historical research, but it does not say that the Bible is not the Word of God.
Yeah, that's right. That's right. So we say this in class, but not in church in Ghana. The things we say all this in class like this, but not in church. Thank you very much. Let's give him a clap. Thank you very much, Prof. Olga. We have our next speaker online, Professor Ikem. Professor Ikem is he's my father, I'm his son. He's David and I'm Jonathan. I studied under him at Trinity Theological Seminary. He is the director of the Center of Marathon Biblical Hermeneutics of the seminary. He has done extensive work in this area of Marathon Biblical Hermeneutics. And we are happy to have him here speak to us on a very important book he has authored, the early translations of the scriptures in Ghana. Prof.
Germany. I was also in Tübingen. I visited the American Bible Society in New York. I also visited Edinburgh to look at their state archives. I was in Bremen. I was also in Amsterdam. And then I went to the University of Leiden to collect the material. All these places afforded me an opportunity to do intensive archival research. I must also not forget the British and Foreign Bible Society that facilitated my research at the archives, which are being held in the University of Cambridge Library. So after collecting all the data, the American Bible Society graciously decided to publish it under the auspices of the Eugene A. Niner Institute for Biblical Scholarship. Actually, this is the second in a series of books published by the Niner Institute. The first one is titled A History of Bible Translation and was edited by Philip A. Knox in 2007. And then mine followed in 2011. And then there was language and history of Bible translating in East Africa, 1864 to present day by Alo Bujula, a renowned Bible translation consultant and the head of the Africa region for a number of years. So this book is titled, what I produced is titled Early Scriptures of the Gold Coast, Ghana, the historical, linguistic, and theological settings of the Ghana, Tree, Infancy, and Eber Bibles. Four Bibles in four major Ghanaian languages. This is quite representative, but there are other languages that also need to be documented in terms of their history. And I was extremely privileged also to visit the vaccination archives. Yes. So I got quite a lot. I went to Geringa and other places where Zimmerman, Crystalla had operated their home base. So of course, I mean, you can understand that this required enormous support, heavy funding. But the Bible Society and the United Bible Societies, including the American Bible Society, graciously sponsored these research projects. So I have dedicated this book to all the early translators of the Gold Coast and Togoland, and to all those who continue to serve the Bible cause in our beloved country, Ghana. Basically, the first chapter touches on early phases of interaction with custodians of the Bible, the Jewish Christian scriptures on the Gold Coast. And here I discuss the contributions of pioneer theologians such as Jacobus Elisa, Johannes Cartier, who trained in Holland. He is an ex-slave who was rescued by a Dutch captain and given the opportunity to study in Holland, in Leiden University. And he was the first priest to be obedient, the first priest of the Dutch faith. The Dutch Reformed Church. So, his contribution is discussed, and I take the opportunity to examine some of his translations. He translated the Lord's Prayer, the Apostles' Creed, the Ten Commandments, and other Christian documents into the infancy language of the Gold Coast. And I have a number of articles that I've written on him. There is also this gentleman called Christian Breton. He is a Danish Ghana, half Danish, half Ghana, and was a Moravian missionary. And he also did some translations, and aspects of them are discussed in this book. And then in chapter 2, I move on to the Ghana Bible. The Bible. Incidentally, the Ghana Bible was the first to be translated, and it came out in 1866. I discussed the processes that were required to get this out, and of particular interest is the contribution of Johannes Zimmerman and his co-workers who were Ghanaians, Thomas Partey, and many others, who helped him to put the Ghana manuscripts together so that we could have the first Ghana Bible, the first of its kind in the Gold Coast in 1866. Let me just say that the next Bible, Ghana Bible, to be published after the 1861 came out in 2006. So it has taken 140 years to come out with a new Ghana Bible. Incidentally, there were revisions, series of revisions, but these revisions are not necessarily new translations. So we discussed it. And then I move on to the epiphany and in Asante Bibles in the next chapter from the material that I got from the Basel Mission Archives, stuff like that, and from there and other places. And then we discussed the contributions of Johannes Crystal, another Basel missionary, a very outstanding missionary, linguist, who was supported by Ghanaians like David Asante, to produce the Kapuchi Bible, which came out in 1871, 5 years after the Ghana Bible had been published. And then the next discusses the contribution of the infant Bible translators, the early Bible translators. Fancy, which happens to be my language, came out in 1948. And it involved the process of editorial work, even including a change in orthography. And translated by Reverend Andrew Parker, who produced the Bible the New Testament in 1896, and then others like Gabriel Pan, I.S. On, John Hammond, Irene Mason, and many others supported the process until the Fancy Bible came out in 1948. So this has been discussed in the book. And then after this, I move on to discuss the translation of the Ever Bible. The Ever Bible was considered under the patronage of the Bremen Mission from North Germany. So this is also a very meticulous, lengthy process. And by 1913, the process had been completed. But we must mention translators both German and Ghanaian, especially Peace, the German from South Germany, who was supported by a Ghanaian called Ludwig Ajako, and he stayed in Tübingen for a number of years to complete the manuscript, the editing of the manuscripts, until the Ever Bible came out in 1913. So that is a basis of the research. We focused on the major translations that have been done. And this book has been of immense help to a number of Bible societies, especially in Ghana. When we talk about the history of translations in Ghana, I believe that it makes a very, very important contribution. And I'm very, very happy to share the contents with you, in terms of the outline by way of a summary. So this is basically what has been done. Yes. So it's basically a historical survey, and then I touch on aspects of theology and linguistics, because you cannot discuss Bible translation projects in their history without touching on their theological and linguistic backgrounds. So that has been done, and I pray and hope that other scholars will take up the history of projects, other projects that will be done in Ghana, and do a similar research, because we need to document our history. We need to document our history. The archives must be strengthened, yes, so that people, authority, and also come to appreciate what our forebears, our predecessors, have been able to accomplish. And then hopefully we will accomplish. I think I will pause here for your comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Ekem. He has given us a brief background of his book, putting it in context, the first part, and the second part, we have the early scriptures in the Gold Coast, now Ghana. The book is very beneficial to Bible translators all over the world, and in Ghana, in academia. Prof, we use your book at our department. When we talk of Bible translation and mother tongue biblical hermeneutics, this book you must just read it before you pass. So the floor is open now. Yes, yes. Michael, yes.
Good morning, Prof.
Good morning, Michael.
Yes. I would like to engage you a little bit on your work because it's so essential to the work package that I have in our Global Bible Project. And it forms the point of departure for me, and I'm building essentially on it. So I have read the book cover to cover, back and forth, trying to engage it comprehensively. A few questions. The first one is, you're very, very groundbreaking, of course. We should recognize that, and thank you for doing that meticulous job and setting the pace for us. But my observation is that you have the focus on, for instance, the European translators, although you sometimes pause and acknowledge and describe the contribution of our indigenous translators as well. Why was that essential for you, that even though you had that broader focus on the lead translators, if we can put them in the context of your book, Johannes Timmerman, Christola, Jakob Speed, and all that. Yet you would, for instance, I just finished working on the Ever Bible, and I took, built on your submission on Ludwig Ajaklo.
Yes.
And you made a statement that Ajaklo deserves much more than it has been attributed to him at the moment relative to the Ever Bible. Why was that important to pause and make such comments? And is it essential at all that we research on the contributions of indigenous translators?
Yes. Yes, it's very, very important for us to balance our presentations. Yes. And I tried to give the credit when our European translators deserve them. But I also made it clear that there were Ghanaian co-workers. And maybe I didn't go into details, and that is an area that should be investigated. It should be pursued in detail. The specific contributions of these indigenous spirits. And I'm so happy that you've taken up the project on Ajaklo, because I think that Ajaklo work is so exciting, so exciting. And it even tempted to believe that he did the greatest part of the job in Chile. And he deserves all the commendation. We also have a priest, Samuel Priest. I believe that you came across his commentary, did you?
On Matthew.
On Matthew, yes.
Yeah, I did.
And so that is the type of research that we should do. Currently, I focus my attention on people like Protein and work on Protein. And it's exciting to know how he has actually translated the Ten Commandments and the Lord's Prayer. I mean, it's so exciting. It's so exciting. And we need to do more and more and more and more on what the early translators did accomplish for us. So that I would say there is more room for improvement and investigation.
Thank you very much. My last question then, and that has to do with the relevance of these historical researches to our discipline, biblical studies. Of what relevance is it at all? Is there any use at all for us as biblical scholars, especially African biblical scholars, to want to know our forerunners, those who labored in the matter of not only Bible translation, but through that interpretation as well? And if I should add to that, you mentioned that we should not just look at the histories of these earlier translations, but even contemporary ones as well. How is all that relevant to the biblical studies that we are doing?
The scholarship has become interdisciplinary. So we need to tackle issues holistically. Yes. And I cannot imagine an investigation biblical studies in context without reference to our foundations, our pioneers. These are people who laid a solid foundation for us, and we need to acknowledge them. And in a biblical context, you can talk about Grootman, the Caseman. I mean, these are all outstanding people who made unique contributions to the past, and they are celebrated. And so we should also celebrate our people and acknowledge what others have done in other contexts. Because all these put together consolidate the biblical story. Yes, they need to hear our story, and we also need to hear their story, and then hopefully we can move forward. Sure.
Thank you.
Yes. Any other question? Any more questions for Prof? Right, Prof, we are so grateful for your insightful contribution about the early scriptures of the Gold Coast. Like I said, the people you see sitting here who pass through at least my hands have read your book and from cover to cover before you pass. So we use it academically in a department for marathon biblical abilities and Bible translations. So we are grateful to you. God bless you so much. You were part of those who sent me here to be a disciple, and I have followed what we did at Trinity, and it's a whole thing we are doing here. And people can get PhD and things in it. We are grateful. Okay, right.
Thank you. I wish you well in your deliberations. I have other assignments. I would have loved to join you, but because of these assignments, I ask your permission to carry them out, and I'll pray with you that you enjoy fruitful deliberations. Hopefully, we will see you very, very soon.
Yes. Okay,
right. Welcome.
Thank you.
General friends, and
Yes.
let's just welcome.
Thank you very much.
Very much that's the friends.
Yes.
We should even Alice voted. Alice voted.
Okay. Thank you.
That's it.
Right, thank you very much. We are shifting on to the next session. And I'll hand over to Michael and
Thank you very much, Prof, for leading us through the first session of our workshop, which dealt with the history of translation of mother tongue Bibles in post-colonial Ghana. May I humbly ask us to stretch just 2 minutes? Right. Just 2 minutes, stand and stretch a little bit, and then we would transition to the second session. Literally 2 minutes. Okay.
project it, yes. Yeah, how? Great. Are you enjoying it? Okay. So thank God so much, yes. Hey, the ancestors are... Yeah,
Thank you very much. Shall we resume our seats as we continue with the second session of our workshop?
The program is starting at 9:30. Oh, I'm looking at the...
Thank you. Let's resume our seats.
To talk before I start, or I should wait? Okay, yes, yes. Yeah, oh, yes. So put it off, yes.
All right. Thank you very much. We want to begin our second session, and we have the privilege as the first presenter for our second session to hear a presentation from Professor G.A.T. Kuono Ajaoto, affectionately known among his students and colleagues as Prof. Jet. He's a professor of New Testament studies and mother tongue biblical hermeneutics, done extensive research and published in this particular area, has supervised numerous PhDs and MPhil students, have done a lot within the university itself, been head of department for the Department of Religious Studies on a number of occasions, and plays significant role in the church context, as well as he doubles up also as an ordained minister of the Presbyterian Church of Ghana. I would like to hand over to him, and we'll hear a presentation on Dangbe Mother Tongue translation of the Bible, a tool for theological research. Prof, thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael. Taking over from Professor Kem, he talked about Fanti language. because he believes that nobody points to his father's house with his left hand. Because he's a Fanti. I'm also a Dangbe. And nobody can point to my father's house with a left hand. So I'm speaking about the Bible translation in my language, what things have gone on. And then the topic is Dangbe Mother Tongue Translation of the Bible, a tool for theological research. I have an outline there that will follow. It will end with a philosophy behind Mother Tongue Biblical Hermeneutics. Overview. Bible translation from the source languages to the receptor languages enables readers in the various languages to hear God's word, God speak to them. However, there are problems that affect translation and interpretation of the Bible in our mother tongues. And numerous translations have been done in Ghana, including what Professor Kemp have told us, and one of them is the Dangbe Bible. This paper argues that there are translation problems in the Dangbe Bible that calls for academic study. Now, using the deconstruction philosophy as a point of departure and mother tongue biblical hermeneutics, the author has cited a lot of examples of texts from the Dangbe Bible that can be studied academically. Hence, the title, A Tool for Theological Research. The paper recommends that the mother tongue translations of the Bible should be studied in universities, departments of religious studies, and biblical studies departments and theological seminaries. The paper has added to methods of biblical hermeneutics in Africa. Now, a brief background. We have over 6,000 languages spoken in the world. And we know languages differ from one another. For example, the Greek characters are not what we use in Ghana. Hebrew characters are different. They are written from right to left and so on. So languages differ. And there are different historical and cultural settings of the speakers of the language. Alison Howell says that language is a vehicle of culture intertwined with beliefs, values, and worldviews of its speakers. And it's just more than a soul of a people. And Lamin Sané says that language is the garment that gives shape, decorum, and vitality to conscious life, enabling us to appropriate the visible texture of life in its subtle, intricate variety and possibility. Religion and language relates. You cannot talk about religion and put language aside. The language is a gift of God. Then language is a vehicle for theological discussion. And language is also a tool for theological research. I've just given a summary of all this, and we'll go ahead. We'll pick one of them. Kwame Diako, I'll talk about him. He's a Ghanaian. Every language is theological. It has the ability to express truth for its speakers, to experience truth. Then Alison Howell says that not only for a people to be able to read the Bible text, biblical text in their own language, but also to explore, understand, and explain the texts and its context in that same language. Language is a linguistic, mother tongue is a linguistic category. By this we mean that it expresses origin, competence, and function. It expresses the idea that the initial communication of a child are acquired from the mother. Therefore, the language of the mother will be the primary language that a child will learn. Hence, Ga is a mother tongue, Ipe is a mother tongue, Fanti is a mother tongue, and all the other languages we have in Ghana are mother tongues. the language into which one is born into and nurtured becomes that person's mother tongue. Mother tongue in theological discussions. We have Lamin Sane, he's from Gambia, Kwambede Ghana, and John David Ekem, Ghana, and myself. Lamin Sane says that the fact that the scripture was translated from Jewish culture as Aramaic and Hebrew into the Gentile culture, Greek, is enough point to establish a pattern of translation, appropriation, and assimilation of languages and cultures. He continued by saying that the success of Christianity will call for education that will bring us new ways of viewing the world, commencing a process of revitalization that reaches into both the personal and cultural spheres. Kwame Deako also have this to say about mother tongue theological discussions, that the deep mother tongue roots of large portions of African Christianity is an opportunity for shaping Christian theological thought in Africa. To him, God speaks into the African context in African idioms, and it is through hearing in African mother tongues the great things God has done in Acts chapter 2, verse 11, that African theology emerges to edify not only the African church, but the church worldwide. It says that the mother tongue is a repository of indigenous wisdom, knowledge, insight, science, theology, and philosophy. That it is in the mother tongue that one thinks and dreams before translating one's thoughts to other languages. May I dream in Dangwe, I don't dream in English. So all the things I've done and written big books, I dreamt in Dangwe, my mother tongue. Before, when I woke up, then what should it be in English? That's what you want to say here. Let's look at Njomre Kem. He has said some things. He conducted a historical case study of the translation of the Bible from 4 dominant languages into 4 dominant languages, Ga, Twi, Infante, and Ebe. We just heard him briefly. And then he has this to say, that the mother tongue biblical hermeneutics is a discipline devoted to the interpretation and reinterpretation of biblical texts in languages considered by speakers as their first language into which they were born. In other words, Bible translation is not static, it's dynamic. The translations we see today, tomorrow, we'll say that there are newer versions, and on and on. So that's a camp for you. He also says that the varied mother tongues of Africa have a lot to offer by way of biblical interpretation in Ghanaian African languages as viable materials for interpretation, Bible studies, and commentaries. And that in using the mother tongue, it's likely to shape the future of biblical studies in Africa. Following from Ekem, he talked about mother tongue. He gave a definition, but he didn't propose a methodology. So I came with a methodology that was published in 2012, and then to make a case that indeed we can study the mother tongue Bibles academically in Ghana. Now, talking about the Dango, we say we have 30 alphabets. English has 24, or what? Yes, we have 30. Then vowels, we have more than the English have, 7. Consonants, 16. Cluster of words, 6, and so on and so forth. Now, the Dangwe language is tonal and changes in meaning of words as the tones change. One word, the way you pronounce it will give you a different meaning, and the other one, when you do something small, the same word will give you a different meaning. And there are 8 dialects in the Dangwe, and that constitutes Dangwe, and they all have variations. We have Manyakrobo, Yilokrobo, Se, Osudoku, Boom, Gublan, Nugo, and Ada. These are the cluster of languages or sections that constitutes Dangwe, of which we have the Dangwe Bible. So we will not have the Dangwe Bible for Krobos alone, a dance, no. But we'll pick a little from here to make sure that one Bible is for all of them. You will find your language inside small. Somebody will also find small, and it's a way of bringing them together. Instead of saying that we have Bible for each of these languages. Now, despite some variation in terms of pronunciation of certain words and the use of certain terminology, they are understood by all. Now, I've talked about this already. Let's go ahead. Dangme literature. There's literature in Dangme. We have a lot of them in the archives. One of them was by this man, Azu. This Azu man translated the Bible earlier into Dangme. He is from Odumas. In fact, during my research, I traced that Bible, I couldn't find it. They said they sent it to Bible House. We went there, we couldn't find it. Maybe the family members, this is our property, nobody should touch it. So I didn't have access to it, but I knew that he translated the Bible into Dangme earlier. Now, but there's a challenge. All these works are used in Ga orthography. What he used, he translated the Bible in Ga orthography. In fact, it's from, but the current Bible is in Dangme orthography. There are differences. For example, we had J. They would use D-Z-E, but now it's J-I. So now it's Dangme orthography we'll find in the Bible. So part of Dangme orthography, you see the C, J, there. These are all, then you see T, Z. These are all Ga characters. Now, the Dangme orthography, studied by people in the University of Ghana, they drop the C and the Z and make it J, J, Tz, to show the difference between Ga and Dangme. That part of Dangme literature, we have some published materials in Dangme. You can see them on the screen, plenty of them. These are used in our schools who are studying Dangme, the school children who write the university, the BEC and SHS. You must read these books to pass. Then we have also unpublished books in Dangme, including something. We have all this. These are unpublished. We want to find a way of publishing them. And then the one manuscript I have, I work with an old man, Ike Nate, Hlani Liseblo, seek knowledge. All this is in Dangme. And then there are Dangme proverbs and idioms, a very fat book, unpublished, and a whole lot of them. Now, Dangme literature. Still on, we've come to Christian scriptures in Dangme. Dangme Mikongklong is the Dangme Bible. We have it at the display table. Then we have liturgical translations in Dangme. Then we have indigenous Dangme preachers use Dangme to preach. And Akan, Ewe, and Ga translations are also used in preaching. Now, when we take the, let me go straight to, the preface of the Dangme Bible. Yes, the preface of the Dangme Bible, as we have it today, has something that's made me curious. I won't read the Dangme to you, but I'll read the English for you. It says, at the preface, it says, the translation of the Bible into Dangme is just the beginning. Therefore, we plead that if anyone sees something that needs to be corrected, he or she must bring it to the notice of the Bible Society of Ghana so that it will be corrected. Now, this preface rewired my thinking and then set me ablaze to do research, biblical research on the Dangme Bible. And the point here is that some Hebrew and Greek words that are used in the other translations are not exactly the same that are used in the Dangwe Bible. What happens is that they will use a term in Greek, and you think that you want to translate it just as it is in the Dangwe. It doesn't work that way, because the thinking pattern of the people are different. The languages are different. I came out with some of the problems in the Dangwe Bible. For example, if we take Psalm 23, verse 1, they've translated Almighty God as Yahweh. This translation seems to suggest that the Dangwe do not have a name for God. We don't have a name for God. If you use this one still in the Bible, we don't have a name for God. Their nephew, they use Wofase. This is an Akan word. It's not in Dangwe. It's not in Dangwe. They have, yes. Then another one, when you look at Matthew 21, 18 and 19, Sukin Mein, the tree that Jesus cursed, they say, Mokocho Idangwe. Hey, this is a poisonous tree. When I was in primary school, we used it for fencing with that white liquid. When you put it in your hand, you'll die. But that's what is in the Bible. Mokocho, a poisonous plant. It's not edible. Then we have another one in 1 Timothy chapter 3, verse 1 and 2, which says that Mias Gunaikos Andra, the church elder should be Mias Gunaikos Andra. The Asafono here law is an ehi yukake. The person who wants to take care of God's church to be above reproach and be husband of one wife. The problem with this one is that one, the A is a pronoun for all genders. He, she, it. But the difficulty here is that the phrase ehi yukake should mean that the person should have one wife. It means that it is only men who should be church leaders. But we don't have it like that. We have women who are pastors. So that translation, the use ehi yukake, is a problem, grammatically. Okay, I've talked about this. Then we have this word in Greek, daimonium, xenodinomium, foreign gods, as used by Paul in Acts 17, 18b. He used mauhi, that gods. But in Dangwe, we don't have gods. We have only one God, and we have Jemawohi, smaller gods. So to say Mao and use small letter for it in the Bible is sacrilegious. We don't have gods, plurality in Ghana and among the people. All they know is that there's big Mao and there are smaller gods called Jemawohi. Then again in Acts chapter 11, chapter 14, verse 11b, Theos, gods. Mawome, the gods. And then this one, they have used capital letter for it. It doesn't make sense to the Dangwe. We only have one Mao, and who is Almighty, and then we have Jemawome. Then another one is Ephesians chapter 5, 22 and 23. The day somebody read this in church and I heard it, I nearly wept. It said that the husband, wives should listen to their husbands because their husbands have authority over them. I said, wow, this is serious. Now, is it that a husband is the leader in his family or he has authority over his wife? How should this be interpreted for Dangwe Bible readers? Then again in Luke chapter 12, verse 15, covetousness. They use as pepe, close-fisted. In Asante Tree, I've entered into the other, and then we have self-control. Yahweh is here, and that was one of his M-Phil topics he wrote, and so on. So I've left Dangwe now, and I'm in other languages because I help them understand the issues. Philippians, first we have 1 Thessalonians 5:26, which says that we greet the brothers with a holy kiss. We don't do that in Ghana. This one is not done in church. This one is done in the bedroom. So it's it's an affront for people to say that when you go to church, then you start doing, hey, you don't do it. But it can be done in the home. So how should this verse be translated? Then another one here, a cloud of witnesses. Adansefu munukum. That we have a cloud of witnesses. They said that munukum, it means that the cloud, talk about the cloud. Not a crowd, but cloud. The sky, cloud. And that's how they have translated, which I think is a problem. Talking of, there's another one here in John. Wow. I would say. Yeah, so you can find a lot of them. I've done my language. I've done some of the languages I understand and speak. And my students have also brought some on board. We have even Fafra translations of some of the things here. Let's see. Okay. Revelation. Okay, you can see all those things. But let's come to research proposition. Now, it is hoped that postgraduate students in the departments and in some universities will look at these verses and study them critically so that they fit into the religio-cultural context of the Bible readers. Hence, prioritizing mother tongues, mother tongue Bibles, and methodology of doing biblical, mother tongue biblical hermeneutics. What is the philosophy behind this? I've used the philosophy of deconstruction, a post-structuralist philosophical claim about language and meaning proposed by Jacques Derrida, a French philosopher. He coined the term logocentrism as a philosophical reasoning that citizens, that criticizes the foundation of Western philosophical thinking, that rationality provides the central fulcrum about the quest for understanding. Regarding language and meaning, the writer posits that there is no actual presence of meaning in the text because the symbol can no longer be identified with its original meaning. As such, meaning is relative to culture and situation. Truth is conditioned by one's perspective. One will never exhaust all possible meanings. A text can always be deconstructed. So that's the philosophy behind all the things I do. Now, this construction philosophy, a form of hermeneutics, of interpreting the text with the aim of not dismantling the text, but remodeling it, has been applied to Bible translation and interpretation. We published this paper just this year. Yeah. It is a translation theory known as a thought-for-thought approach or dynamic equivalence. Deconstruction has explained the positions of Sane, that the fact that the scripture was translated from Jewish culture, Aramaic and Hebrew, into a Greek culture is enough point to establish patterns of translation, appropriation, and assimilation of languages and cultures. And then the application of deconstruction philosophy enables mother tongue Bible readers to bring their own points of view and concerns to a biblical text, and so they can end up with different meanings. How an Akan person will see the translation and a word that will appeal to them will be different from how an Ife person will also see the same text. And the application of deconstruction philosophy enables, okay, I've said that one already, but the point here is that literature is dynamic and it's not static. When it leaves your domain, people have the right to interpret it the way they like it to suit their own condition. To them, God is speaking to them. God is speaking to them. So long as it's from the Bible. So this issue of this and that doesn't matter to them. God understands every language. In conclusion, I've just said the Bible, even though it's said to be the Word of God, remains a product of cultures of which language and mother tongues are subsets. This paper has demonstrated that there are problems in the Dangme mother tongue translations of the Bible. This is true for other mother tongue translations. Indeed, the mother tongue Bibles in Ghana and Africa can be studied academically by university departments of religious studies and theological seminaries, in addition to the Hebrew Bible, Septuagint, and Greek New Testament, which are currently referenced in biblical studies. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof, for your exciting presentation. I would open the floor now for any questions or comments on the presentation. Yes, please.
Thank you, Prof, for the presentation. I have just one question. What is the difference between vernacular and the mother tongue? Is there any difference?
Yes, there is a difference. The difference is that when we talk about the mother tongue, it is the language in which you were born and bred. The language your mother spoke to you when you were inside. The language with which she sang to you. And then even midnight when she couldn't sleep, baby, careful, that is the mother tongue. But when we talk about the vernacular, it means the language of a region. For example, we could say that Twi is the vernacular of Kumasi, but not necessarily the vernacular of all the people in Kumasi. You are an Ewe, and your mother tongue is Ewe. But you find yourself in Kumasi, and everybody is speaking Twi, so that's vernacular. At the same time, that same Twi is somebody's mother tongue.
So Prof, yes. I meet people who are Votarians, they are Ewes, but they can't speak Ewe. They speak Twi because they've stayed in Akan land. The mother speak Akan to them, and so would we say that that is their mother tongue?
Yes and no. You see, the people who are Ewes, but they cannot speak. You see, Jasikan Oti region now, because of war, most of the people in Asante went to settle at Jasikan area. They still hold allegiance to Asante, the Asantehene. They call themselves Ewes because they find themselves in a different region, but they cannot speak. In that sense, we will say that their mother tongue doesn't come from the region, but it's outside the region. And we can say that, well, if they think that their mother tongue is Akan, let's take it like that. But it's something that drove them to the place. Initially, they were not Ewes.
Thank you very much. Felicity has a question too before we come to one last question and move on.
Thank you very much. It was a very informative presentation and I learned very much, and I was very interested in many of the things you have to say, so I'll keep my questions short and maybe we can talk later. In Dangwe, you said that there were 8 dialects and that there's one Bible that's been crafted out of these 8 dialects. And this is something that we see in the history of Bible translations, that with dialects, with multiple dialects of a language, then sometimes one dialect is taken and raised above the others and creating a written form, and that creates then various political advantages for some of the dialect speakers that have that particular one. But in Dangwe, you said that there were 8 dialects and you have bits and pieces from these 8 that everybody can find themselves or find their language or their dialect in the Bible. The question is, this is a negotiation, I can imagine, and who gets to choose what pieces can be in, and does that cause conflicts for those who think that they have a different, better way that didn't get into the Bible?
Now, you have asked a very important question. It's in the text, but I didn't read that. You know, the first translation of the Bible into Dangwe, they did the New Testament. It was launched in 1977. I was there when it was launched. And apparently, the people who did the translation, most of them were from Adan. So, a lot of Adan terminologies in the New Testament, Krobos rejected it, Nigo people rejected it. So when it came to translating the other portions of the Bible, they took translation members from different places, and then they revised the 1977 one, and then also did the Old Testament, so that you have your language here, you have your language to bring them together. As of now, people are even agitating that, no, we want Bible for Krobos, we want Bible for the, but where's the money to do that? So this one is just to bring them together. You hear yours more, I also hear mine more, and then we go ahead. Yes.
Thank you very much for a very interesting paper, colleague. I have some problems with postmodern philosophy. How can you avoid the accusation of arbitrariness in this sense? You know, by Derrida, someone has the idea everything goes. So that there are interpretations and interpretations of interpretations, but there's nothing such a thing that we could say the sense of the text. And this, for me, is a question. You cannot do everything with the text, but the text is giving you some things that you cannot do with it. So how can you avoid this problem of arbitrariness? Because the question is it allegory somewhere? So if you can do everything with the text, what is the guideline that you will not say things that are totally different than the text, what the text does not say? Thank you.
That's right. You have asked a very important question, which we have addressed. I've addressed in the methodology I've proposed, and my students here knows. Now, if you are doing biblical studies and then you are doing Bible translation or modern tongue biblical hermeneutics, you have to give us an exegesis of the text to establish the meaning of the text original before you come to your language. So you should know Hebrew and Greek and give us what the text is saying first. If you are not able to do that, then you can't continue. Okay. Yeah, so you must give us that one, a whole chapter, exegesis. This is the text. Give us a background. What is the meaning of the text to the original readers before we come to our... Yes. So that's the methodology we use here.
Thank you very much.
When they give their things, I say, look, go back to your exegesis. What is it? Now, these people are thinking different. You can tell us something else, but you cannot go without the exegesis.
Okay.
Yes. Unfortunately, in a department, those who are not in biblical studies, they say, oh, this one you can just write it without referring to the Bible. I say, hey, you know that once it's biblical studies, tell us about the exegesis before you proceed. But to them, you can write it as social something, sociology and something. We are not interested in that.
Thank you very much. Let's have a... okay, because of my time, just I would make a count of those who want to ask questions, and that will be it. So, 1, 2, and then... And 3. All right, so yes, thank you very much.
Prof, thank you so much. In your presentation, you made a case that some studies have been done about certain translation errors in our mother tongue Bibles. I've seen that we have had some reviews, especially with the Asante Tree Bible, but some of these errors are still presented. What can be done in order to correct the errors that researchers have identified and worked on?
Yes. Thank you very much for this question. Most of these papers I wrote, in fact, they are all with Professor Kemp, who is the translation consultant. He was translation consultant of Bible Society of Ghana. He taught me. So all these papers are with him, number 1. 2. Now, there is the translation of the Bible into Bono. And the person who is doing the translation takes into consideration all the things we are talking about. Unfortunately, he's not here, he's traveled, but he'll give us an online presentation. Bono is a language different from Asante Tree, but he's taking into consideration all the research that have been done to polish it. So you find that the Bono Bible will use some terms from Asante and will not use some, will bring new meaning into the Bono Bible. Yes.
Thank you very much. Next, please.
I think that was the same question. So
All right, thank you then. You are generous. Yes.
Thank you very much, Prof. My name is Akaninga Alexander. As your student, I know that in Bible translation, we have what we call the situation behind the text. And that is what every translator must try to capture. Now, you talked about Wofase and Yahweh. We have borrowed words. I see them as borrowed words. Are you saying that there is no space for borrowed words in our translations? Don't you also think that these translators were looking at it from the common language perspective? Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. There should be space for borrowed words. But when you have the word in the language, I see no reason why you should borrow. Yahweh, Yehovah. They took it from Ghana, Yehovah. To me, it doesn't make sense. Nyongmo, Laosiada. That's what the people understand. So to put Yahweh there, you are talking Hebrew. You see? And then secondly, Wofase. Oh, we have Chekochembi. It's there. So to say Wofase, we have gone to account. If we don't have the word, we say we'll borrow. But the people have the word. So they should put it there. For the younger generations to know that, look, when we talk about uncle, this is what we mean. No Wofa.
We'd like to thank Prof very much for his presentation, and we would like to move on to the next person. Thank you for that insightful presentation. Please, let's put our hands together. The next person should have been Professor Mebengu, but I'm told he is not yet online. But after him, we would have had Dr. Ai, who thankfully is already with us. And I would like to introduce him as he gives us his presentation. While that is being set up, I would like to give a short introduction to him. He's Daniel Ni Abuache Ayem, a senior lecturer and the rector of Perez. Thank you. We are in mother tongue context. Thank you for the correction. Yes, he's a senior. And the rector of Perez University College, an adjunct faculty at Trinity Theological Seminary, Legon, Ghana. Also, he is a research associate at the Department of New Testament and Related Literature of the Faculty of Theology and Religion, University of Pretoria, South Africa. His research interests include New Testament studies, wealth and poverty in the Gospel of Luke, mother tongue biblical hermeneutics, Pentecostalism and charismatic studies, and Christian prophetism. He has published 52 academic journal articles in refereed journals, 2 books, and 3 edited volumes. I hope I got it correct now, serves as a reviewer and editorial board member for 4 journals of international repute, and is the chairman of the West Africa Association of Theological Institutions. He's also an external examiner for the Department of Religious Studies here at the University, the Kwame Nkrumah University of Science and Technology. Dr. Ai, thank you very much for accepting our invitation and for being here. We are really eager to hear your presentation.
Thank you very much, sir. And it's a privilege to be with you this morning. I definitely plan to be here, so whatever it takes me to be here, I have to do this morning. I think that my paper overlaps that of Professor Hoga, and then Professor Jet and others who have asked very critical questions. So I wouldn't go into too much detail. I have so many slides, but I'll try my best to make it succinct and then take your questions. Yeah, so I'm trying to look at strands of mother tongue biblical hermeneutics in Ghana. And so my outline, as you can see on your screen, I'm trying to identify 3 strands. That is one by Professor Ekem, by Professor Jet, and then Professor Kwame Bediako. Then I'll do a few discussions and then conclude from there. By way of introduction, let's say in Ghana, Professor Ekem is credited with the phrase Mother Tongue Biblical Hermeneutics in 2009 when he published this book with Sun Life Press. Although I disagree with him, I made it known to him that where he published the book, they are not a mainstream academic paper, but it was his dissertation in Germany that was published there and decided to do another publication with Sun Life here in Ghana. I wish it would be in a mainstream academic field where persons of certain level of academic discourse can engage it more. But before it came in 2009, coming up with this concept, Lamin Sane, Kwame Bediako, and Kwesi Dixon, they've all talked about the need to communicate the gospel in the language of Africans, or the native language of Africans, that makes us understand God better than any foreign language. By foreign language, probably they were making reference to the English language, which is the key that we all use, especially me. I don't know, I'm a Gan, but I can hardly write in Gan, just like Professor Jet writes in Dangbe. Well, their proposition, that is Lamin Sane, Kwame Bediako, and Dixon were all in the field of missions and theology. If they talk about, or when they talk about mother tongue biblical hermeneutics, they were referring it to mission and theology. If I say theology here, I'm referring to the field of systematic theology. But Ekem decided to bring it into biblical studies, which he has so many mentors, including Professor Jet, myself, and others who are still championing this. In fact, Prof. Jet has championed it so much and has received so many international awards and recognition. Now, by way of definition, Prof. Jet has already defined this, and so I don't think I should, but let me just run through it. So mother tongue, unlike the other form or strands of biblical hermeneutics, is a science and art. Now, what I've added here that makes it different from the other hermeneutics that we know is that it is a spiritual exercise of biblical interpretation that is guided by the objective of engaging local and indigenous languages for biblical interpretation, translations, and theologizing. Now, I chose the interpretation, translation, and theologizing carefully. We'll get there, and you see where. So if you compare this with the normal hermeneutics that we know in biblical studies, you see that this one is expansive. There is our language and culture is intertwined with religion. And in Africa, it's very difficult to differentiate between culture and religion. It's very difficult. The last time I went to Homowa celebration, they were doing certain things. I said, no, I can see there's culture there. As a Ghana, I can associate myself. But at the same time, there is a religious component that doesn't agree with my Christian faith. So that is the situation in Africa. So it attempts to bring forth the meaning of a text, not based on only the word behind the text or in the text, but also in front of the text. And in front of the text, as I try to explain here, it is not like doing a study to see how the early church used a biblical passage or text. But in mother tongue biblical hermeneutics, it talks about the now, how the now, people now can engage that text actively. And so it doesn't leave the meaning of the text in history. It is applicable to situations today. And so I identified 3 models of mother tongue biblical hermeneutics. One by Ekem of Trinity Theological Seminary, the second by Prof. Jet Kuonwa of the Department of Religious Studies, and then the third one is Kwame Bediako of ACI, Akrofil Crystal Institute of Theology, Mission, and Culture. Now I move to Ekem's proposition. Prof. Jet had already referred to this already, but yesterday I think that there are issues with the definition of mother tongue, because there is also father tongue, and there are people like myself who, I don't speak my mother tongue, Ga. I speak it normally, the street one, or second citizen kind of language. But if I engage the typical Ga person from, let's say, Tema, Teshi Nungwa, I become a bit hesitant, because I'm from Osu, and the kind of Ga that we speak there is different from the others. We, those from Osu, particularly Alata, have Akam backgrounds. You know, Techima. My background, if you look at my name, Daniel Ni Abuaji Aye, it's tautology. You find a Hebrew name there, Daniel. You find Ni there, that is a Gan. You find Abuaji, that is a Kan. You find Aye, that is a Kyapim. You know, so people like us do not have that. My first language was Hausa when I was born. My mom doesn't speak Hausa with us, but the community in which I was born in Nima, Hausa was my first language. When I grew up, I picked away. At a point in time, Ga is recently his mother tongue that is moving me to learn Ga from the book. And now I'm beginning to speak Ga. And so I think that we need to actually look at that thing very carefully. There is, because people are born, when you are born in your hometown or your village, you are able to pick that mother tongue easily, the first language, just as Prof. Jet, you know. But when you are born in a cosmopolitan area, and according to research, African is becoming very, urbanized at a fast rate. So I think that proponent of mother tongue, we need to actually look at this definition again to accommodate people like us. Now, ACAM's engagement of mother tongue biblical hermeneutics is to establish tools for biblical hermeneutics with indigenous language and culture. That is by ACAM. ACAM gave 8 objectives, but as Prof. Jess said, there wasn't methodology. And the 8 objectives, you can see the normal biblical studies that we know as in a class. I assume that most of us here are biblical students one way or the other. So you can see from 1 to 3, the key biblical things that we do in the class, and then downward, you see the application of it in mother tongue. Now, ACAM at Trinity also established the Center for Mother Tongue Biblical Hermeneutics in 2015, to actually promote mother tongue biblical studies. The plan was to have conferences. I thought he would be around so that I'll put one question to him. To have conferences, symposia, and workshop, or to pursue mother tongue biblical hermeneutics. Also at Trinity has been able to have a course in mother tongue biblical hermeneutics starting from the undergraduate level. There is a general course that students are made to study either Akan, or Ewe. It's a prerequisite. It means that whatever grade you get in the exam or you attain in the exam is not added to your final score or your GPA. Now, from the undergraduate level, at the master's level, that is the MTH level, there is a course that is mandatory that all students would have to go through. And the scope is set. All students, yes, have to go through. Whether you do biblical studies or you don't do biblical studies, you have to, of necessity, study mother tongue biblical hermeneutics. Now, at Trinity, one thing that is run by ACAM is being able to do is to establish a journal for mother tongue biblical hermeneutics. The first one was published in 2015. From there, there hasn't been any publication. That's what I was saying. I thought he would be around, so I asked him what he's doing. I know it's the matter of money and other things. So at Trinity, we've seen that ACAM has designed courses for mother tongue. There's a center to pursue mother tongue biblical hermeneutics, and there's also a journal from there. Now let's go to Professor Jet Kuonu Ajaoto with the Religious Studies Department here. Thankfully, he's here, so if I don't represent him well, he can correct me. Now, according to him, he's a disciple, a strong disciple of ACAM, as he said. According to him, Mother tongue biblical hermeneutics as academic engagement of the indigenous language translations of the Bible to understand what they say and mean to the readers. Okay, the readers today. So you see that he's emphasizing on today, the readers today, not the readers of yesterday. And it's unlike Ekem, who focus on interpretation more than retranslation. Kuano Ajaoto gives attention to translation and retranslation in the African context. And you can see it clearly in his presentation. He identifies some weaknesses in the Dangbe Bible. And if you look at the work that he has done so far, you see more of retranslation, identifying problems with the already translated document, and then trying to offer a more or a dynamic way of interpreting. So he is focusing more on retranslation of certain documents that he feels that they were not translating well. And Ekem, if you look at Ekem's work, Ekem is concentrating on, although he spoke on one of his books that he published in 2011, but he has so many books on Philemon, on Philippians, and the rest. If you look at it carefully, he is also focusing on interpretation. He does translation though, but his focus is more on interpretation. Let me just move on from here because Prof. Kuanu has already talked about that. Now, when you come to the Department for the Study of Religion, there is a course that students go through, and this quote, I took it from Prof. Jet. At the master's level, it said, this course is a study and interpretation of problematic texts in the mother tongue translation. You see, problematic text. So he's focusing on problematic texts that he identifies in the Bible. And if you look at the description of the course, he brings in deconstruction and other things, cultural interpretation, other interpretations of the Bible in Africa. Let me move on. He still emphasizes the problematic text to be retranslated. It allows the student to be familiarized with theories of translations and how they navigate with the mother tongue biblical hermeneutics. At the PhD level here, all students are made to take a course that is Bible translation and interpretation. And this quote is from his course outline for 2023-2024 academic year. It says, methods of biblical interpretation in the African context, mother tongue biblical hermeneutics, post-colonial biblical interpretation, communicative interpretation, intercultural interpretation, African biblical hermeneutics, African indigenous hermeneutics, liberation. All these things are taught to students at the PhD level. And this is not limited to biblical students. All students, whether you are if you are offering Christian theology at the department here, you are required to undergo this. Now, the department has no journal as compared to Trinity, but he has Noyam journal. And the Noyam journal, particularly the Journal for Mother Tongue Biblical Hermeneutics and Theology, is dedicated to publishing mother tongue discussion or mother tongue research. You'll find a lot of his students publishing there. He himself and his colleagues published. In fact, it started in July 2019. Up to date, is still publishing. And the open access nature of the journal makes it visible, wherever you are. Because when you Google mother tongue biblical hermeneutics, the first publication you'll be seeing from Ghana will be from Modbit. The first publication, if you enter mother tongue biblical, will be coming from there, and it's be publishing consistently. I've seen his PhD students and master students publishing there consistently. Yeah, he deserves a clap. He deserves a clap. Yeah, so let me move to Kwame Bediako so that I can beat the time. Now, Kwame Bediako at Akrofi Crystalla also came up with another strand that is by me. I see another strand of biblical hermeneutics there. Now, he is pushing for mother tongue theology. That is what he seemed to be pushing for. Although he himself has a background in linguistics, but my study of what they do at Akrofi Crystalla, there is no that linguistic aspect of it. But I consider that mother tongue biblical hermeneutics has a critical component in linguistics. Now, there's probably no more important single explanation for the massive presence of Christianity. There is a quote from Bediako, availability of the scriptures in many languages. Well, Professor Jet has already referred to this, but let me move to this. What he says is theology, mother tongue theology. Let me go there. What Bediako means by mother tongue theology is that salvation in the traditional African world involves a certain view of the realm of spirit power and its effect upon the physical and spiritual dimensions of human existence. Let me just end it there. For Bediako, mother tongue biblical hermeneutics should be theologized in whatever we do to people. It shouldn't be limited to biblical studies only, but whatever we do, how we preach the gospel, how we communicate with people, we should engage African worldview in doing that so that it points the people out to salvation, because in his context, salvation is not life after death in the African context. It's even your ability to find something and eat today is part of salvation. Let me just move from there. Now, at ACR, Akrofi Crystal, they have a program, an MA option in mother tongue biblical hermeneutics. When I spoke to the man in charge, Professor Laye, they have an MA option in mother tongue hermeneutics. It means that when you get enrolled on mother tongue on their MA program, you can decide to opt for mother tongue biblical hermeneutics. But the weakness they have there is that you don't need to be a biblical student. So that is the idea of Bediako. You don't need to be a biblical student, like having a background in Hebrew and Greek before you can do mother tongue theology. But if you're able to speak a local language and then relate to what is in the Bible in that language, that is fine. So the weakness of their MA, you don't necessarily have to be a biblical scholar. Now, at the MTH level, they have an option in biblical translation and interpretation. That one, you need to have a background in Hebrew or Greek before you can do that. Let me just rush so my time doesn't. Now, they don't have a specific journal for the publication of mother tongue materials, but their journal, that is the JAT, Journal of African Christian Theology, publishes mother tongue research every now and then. They've published a lot. I've just captured a few here. Now, let me move to discussion. Now, mother tongue biblical hermeneutics in Ghana has come in 3 strands. As I've said earlier, the biblical interpretation by Ekem, or emphasis on biblical interpretation by Ekem, translation and retranslation by Jet, and then theology by Bediako. Now, these 3 key people in Ghana today have designed courses in their various departments to pursue or to further enhance mother tongue biblical hermeneutics. And all these 3 are unique. I mean, you can't say they are all the same. When you come to the religious department here, the mother tongue is renewed from Trinity and other things. But I have identified some problems with scripture interpretation and translation that are not African. Sorry. And the problem that they have identified move just beyond. Let me just leave that one. Now, the 3 strands identify the need for designing, teaching, and establishing a media for the publication of research studies in mother tongue biblical hermeneutics. The focus of the courses differs based on the level and background of students in the biblical languages. However, there are linguistic problems with having appropriate terms, words for translation due to language system and the development of orthography for less populous languages. If you look at Trinity, for example, the focus is on Ga, Ewe, and Akan. Now, Prof. Jet is trying to come up with the Dangbe. Just as he explained, there are other subsets of the Dangbe language that is not really up. And so there are serious linguistic challenges with mother tongue biblical hermeneutics, whatever strand is engaged. I'm not satisfied with well, let me put it this way. I thought because of the background of Bediako, the linguistic aspect will be championed at ACI. But when I went there with I see that no, they don't do that. Now, Mojola made an example, brought up a research in a CAMS publication in 2015 that they were doing a work in northern Tanzania, and they were looking at purity, the term to use in that language for purity. And the term was related to ghosts. I don't know whether it's okay, spirits. And according to the culture of the people in northern Tanzania, You cannot use that term in a holy book like the Bible. And so there is challenges of what to use. Now, this is one challenge also. Prof. Jet was raising one, that they have this term. Why do you use this term? They have this term. Why do you use this term? So in this presentation, I'm proposing the amalgamation of the three strands that I have identified. We can put all the three strands together and then have them run these courses for mother tongue biblical hermeneutics without losing their uniqueness. I'm asking that we should design a regiolinguistic course. Okay, that will be focused on inculturation and indigenization. That will be key. Then, mother tongue biblical hermeneutics will be composed of the religiolinguistic course, textual criticism, and translation studies. I say textual criticism because what Greek text is being used here? Just as Prof. Jet said, we have several Nestle Aland texts here in Ghana. You can see somebody who use version A, version B, and things like that. Which text are we using when it comes to mother tongue? You know, so I think that mother tongue biblical hermeneutics must look at textual criticism very, very critically in whatever they do. Professor Hoga, yes, talk about ancient texts, talk about old texts, talk about newer version. Which one, mother tongue, are we using? Which one reflects mother tongue better than the rest? And so there is the need to do this very critically. The religious linguistic will look at the language, the smaller languages that will bring up, and then the translation and retranslations. Now, when you look at many of the mother tongue work that have been done so far that I've seen in Ghana, the translation, there are several theories of translation studies. Prof. Jet mentioned deconstruction this morning. That is fine. There is the dynamic equivalence, there is word to word. Which one are we? Because when you read some of the mother tongue, they don't really indicate that they are going for this theory of translation or that, or they are coming out with a translation or the amalgamation or adaptation of any of them. It becomes very critical to me when I'm reading. I ask myself, neither has propounded this theory. A lot of them, I didn't want to go there. Thank you for your attention. Let me end here.
Thank you very much, Dr. Aye, for
correct.
Yes, for your insightful but also thought-provoking presentation on mother tongue biblical hermeneutics.
Yes, please.
Please, the floor is open for questions and comments on Doc's presentation. Yes, Professor Shugo.
Thank you very much for your wonderful paper. And I think that what you said is very true. If you make textual criticism, you have to be critical.
Exactly.
That's the reason why we do it, because that's why I have apparatus that you can be critical. It's not so that we are that this is the last word. It is a hypothesis, and it's very important to really. But what I'm arguing for is you really have to take to account the variance. You have to take into account what's really there in the transmission, because the transmission itself is interpretation.
Exactly.
The transmission itself changed. We use old versions, exactly. Greek for the Greek, Hebrew, Latin, Coptic, and Syriac, and there we see the same problems. And all this belongs to the history of the text. And it's not only the oldest text, but also the younger forms of text are very interesting to find out what moved the people using the Bible. So I think I'm very, very happy that what you told me about the critical use of textual criticism. That's why we do it. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Yes, we have to use all the variants and be able to see what actually is there. Then we move on from there. Thank you very much, Prof, for the footnote you have added to the work. Thank you. I'm grateful.
All right, so I hear one of our online participants has a question. You may speak, please.
Thank you, Chair. Doc, thank you for your presentation. Actually, I've listened to you and you have made your point. But I just want to know your view in relation to the amalgamation of what you are saying. Because one thing that I know is that whenever you are going to
Thank you very much, Dr. Livingston. Can I go on? Thank you. Sorry enough for referring to you before. Yes, Dr. Livingston, one thing I have seen is that just as you have conceded, if you look at Professor Kem's translations, there is interpretation. If you look at a recent work by Michael and then Professor Emmanuel Entry of the Department of the Study of Religion here, they have really brought out this very aspect of mother tongue biblical hermeneutics very strongly, that in translation, there is interpretation. And in the interpretation, too, there is theology. And so why don't we amalgamate it and then have it very strong to introduce the three aspects? That is my argument. Because you can't do translation without interpretation, without theology. But if you look at the various course outline, well, this is just a highlight of what I have. But I have the detailed course outline from the three institutions that are mentioned. You see differences. And I feel like we can harmonize them, still having Prof. Jet is here. I'm sure that he can make one paragraph without talking about problematic text. I take that word from his word, problematic text. You know, and I know Ekem will not make a statement and say that interpret, that's how he does it, to interpret it, you understand? And then Bediako school, particularly Professor Lai, will always talk about the theology. You see, so all these things are one. So when we bring it together, for example, my proposition of religio-linguistic aspect of it, textual criticism, these two things, they are not easy. They are heavier matters of the law that when we come together, we can sponsor some students to go and study this thing. Then with time, as they fade out, the new crop of people that will be teaching mother tongue biblical hermeneutics in other schools will be able to, improve it. And in fact, one of my propositions is that they have to do the best that they can to have this in other private universities in Ghana, because it's only in these three universities that you can find it. We try in our own way, when we are teaching the normal hermeneutics, we plug in one or few things of mother tongue. But yes, there is more to be done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? I think I have time to allow two more. Yes, we have one. Mr. Kaninga, any other person? Yes. All right, so Mr. Kaninga.
Thank you, Doc. In 2019, you wrote first, what do you call it? 1 Corinthians 13. Yes. I'm surprised you are saying it's now that you are into Ghana, but by then you wrote in Ghana. Bidiaku talks about the theology. And you said that according to him, you are not supposed to be a biblical scholar or use the languages. I wonder, how do you do the exegesis? I don't know. And you also said, you talked about second citizen language kind of thing. Are you in any way suggesting that we should replace mother tongue with common language? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can I? Yes. One, I started learning Ghana formally in 2017. And 2019, I tried my hands on that one. This one has to go through several editings here and there before I get to that level. It was a push from Professor Jets that made me to produce that in 2019. Now, for ACI, there is no need for the exegesis that we do as biblical scholars. No, there is no. What they do is that when you apply and you opt for the mother tongue, you are assigned a community. So you go to the community, you research with them certain things about God, about how they do their understanding about God. They're encouraged to think, in the mother tongue, conceptualize things in the mother tongue, and then bring it to the English. Just as Prof. just said that he dreams in unfortunately, I dream in English. That's why I say, unfortunately, I dream in English. I think I do everything. I do a lot of things in English. So they assign you to a community. You go study them, come out with certain things. So you don't need to be a biblical scholar. And I'm not arguing that we should use common language to replace mother tongue. No, we cannot replace it, but I think that we should have something for second-class language people like us and some of you. Some of you speak maybe 2 Ghanaian languages, and the other one, you are strong in it just as and others are like me. You are lost. Sorry for speaking to you. You are lost like me. But now I'm regaining my roots gradually.
Thank you.
Yes.
All right, Doctor, thanks for your thought-provoking, lecture. Please, considering Ikem's biblical interpretation predominating at Trinity Theological Seminary and translation and retranslation by Prof. Jet at KNUST here, and that of Bediakon at ACI. These are 3 different universities where these biblical hermeneutics strands are studied. Would you propose a mother tongue biblical hermeneutics conference where these strands can be married so that we can have something that will be common for all students who go through these institutions? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I once discussed this with Ikem in 2000. That is why I thought he would be around, so I follow up. That there is a need to do this because I first and foremost submitted the work to Asbury Theological Journal. And the questions that came were very heavy. One of them was, is mother tongue biblical hermeneutics an approach or a method? And I really struggle with it. And certain questions, some of them I can't discuss here, but I discussed with Prof. Ikem then, that I think that all these 3 groups will come together. Yes. Like a conference, like discuss it. Their uniqueness will still be there. Just as I said, Prof. Jet will not make a paragraph without problematic text. Definitely. So the strands, the uniqueness will still be there. But we'll have, because those who review my article, they ask very critical questions. They ask what's the relationship between mother tongue biblical hermeneutics, post-colonial biblical hermeneutics. There are other inculturation, and I have to struggle to respond. So it has to go and come for 3 times before they published it. And so it made me took a critical approach to mother tongue biblical hermeneutics. In fact, I first and foremost did the work in Ghana. To them, they didn't publish it because they didn't find anybody to review and read the Ghana. They sent to somebody in Ghana, but they said the person said he's not able. So in one of my publications in 2019, I brought out the weaknesses of mother tongue so that the proponent, one of them is here, they see how they would, because it would be difficult to submit that paper for promotion, and if the assessors cannot read it, it will be very, and then Wandusin also mentioned that, and Prof. Entry also mentioned that. So there is a need for these 3 key people come together, have something harmonized, still have the differences, then we can. Because at a point, I was being asked, one of the reviewers, am I working in contextual something? And the other one said, but he's referring to this book, this Greek, this. So it was, kind of intertextual something. But one of the proponents is here, so they will see what they do. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I mentioned that I will allow for 2, but I have the impression that somebody would want to comment on your assessment of ACI's pursuit of mother tongue biblical hermeneutics, because he studied there.
Okay.
Please.
Thank you, Dr. Professor I.
Yes.
I'm Mauli. Thank you for your presentation.
Yes.
So at the MTH level and PhD at ACI, there's the need for the biblical languages, the Greek and the Hebrew.
Yes.
So there's a chapter dedicated for those exegeses before you come to the mother tongue and then the theology. Yeah, so it's a bit, it's an error to say that there's no need for the biblical languages in their program. Thank you very much.
Yes, at the MBA level, there is no need for biblical language. At the MBA level, there is no need. At the MTH level, if you are doing biblical studies, If you are doing African Christianity, there is no need. But if you are doing biblical studies, there is need. Probably I didn't explain well. But at the MA level, there is no need. I think I'm right now. Thank you for the correction.
Thank you very much. If you allow me, as the chair, to have the last bite on the session. I know from your background, for instance, you are currently director of Perez University College. Perez itself, as a church, belongs to the charismatic circle, Pentecostal charismatic circle. I was just wondering, how is the Pentecostal circle, in terms of academic scholarship, taking or receiving this approach to research that we are pursuing? In other words, how is mother tongue biblical hermeneutics done in Pentecostal universities?
Wow, this is a wonderful question you asked. I just received an invitation from a friend in Germany to write something of this, how the Pentecostal charismatic are receiving mother tongue. And they are not receiving it. For them, it is power, it's charisma. So if you can use a language and it doesn't translate into healing, into deliverance, they are not going for it. So the charismatics and the Pentecostals are not receiving it. And so in the hermeneutics class, for example, if I mention mother tongue biblical hermeneutics, no. You know that they are mainly in the urban centers, and the English language is the lingua franca for religious activities. No mother tongue. And so for the Pentecostal, not only Perez, I've been to other 3 Pentecostal schools based on my position at Perez, and they don't receive it. No. Once it doesn't bring power, miracle, deliverance, prophecy, if the use of the mother tongue would translate into exorcism, casting out of demons, healing the sick, fine. And so in some of their, you hear sometimes when they speak English, they'll say, Pieko, get out. Because the Pieko is that is it. Besides Pieko, you won't use any mother tongue in anything. So for them, when it comes to mother tongue, it's Pieko, that's all. Without Pieko, no. It is not really something they are expecting. Probably let's give them some time to come. Yes. But for now, it is. If you are doing a research, you see them for a support in mother tongue, forget it. Yes. But if it's a charismatic translation of the Bible, that one, you are welcome. Thank you very much.
Yes.
Okay,
let me add a little bit. Pentecost University, I have one of my students here who teaches there. He did New Testament, Mother Tongue Biblical Hermeneutics here with me. He wrote his thesis here with me. He is a student in Stellenbosch University doing his PhD now, and he teaches at Pentecost University. He teaches New Testament courses, and he's now trying to put the things there. So it's not just me teaching 1 Corinthians, but what are the issues in 1 Corinthians that infringes on the Akan Bible? You try to look at things there. So they are coming up.
They are coming up.
They are coming up.
They are coming up.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Even though I have another question, but you might be tired now. I would allow you to go and...
No, go ahead.
Yes. We still have one more presenter that we are hoping that he's online, Proper Mebenku. We're trying to reach him, so we want to see if another person online is ready. While we do that, and you still have the energy, please allow me this question.
That is fine.
I mean, with your assessment of ACI, it's clear to me that you put premium on the exegetical part of mother tongue biblical hermeneutics, because you mentioned that, I mean, the MA part, people don't need to learn the languages, and you find that as weakness. You actually use the word. So my question is, of what essence is exegesis really central to mother tongue biblical hermeneutics? And is it worth really, inculcating in mother tongue biblical hermeneutics students the need to pay attention and to give themselves to, to detailed exegetical exegetical study of text before they move into the mother tongue proper. I'm asking this on the background that in my own assessment and colleagues in Germany who are interested in our scholarship here in Ghana and West Africa have made the observation that sometimes some of the publications or students' work on mother tongue biblical hermeneutics lack a little in the exegetical part. There is that, when you are reading the work, you have the feel that there's that hurriedness to move to the mother tongue part, to move away from the exegesis to the mother tongue part. I would be glad to hear your thoughts on that.
Thank you, moderator. I think that exegesis is key to what we do in mother tongue biblical hermeneutics. And that is the determinant for a good mother tongue biblical hermeneutics, just as Professor Jett has said. And if you look at Professor Jett's course outline, as I have shown on the screen, it is clear that you need a strong exegetical background in order to do good biblical, mother tongue biblical hermeneutics. And so without it, it's lacking. But ACI, they feel like since all of us, or people who go there for theological education, uses the Bible to give instruction one way or the other, even if you are not an exegete, you can use the Bible in a mother tongue way to give instructions. Just as at the PhD level here, students who are not doing biblical study can also undergo some kind of training in mother tongue hermeneutics. Those students, I think that they have weakness. Trinity also has the same thing. For example, at the MTH level, whether you are doing biblical study or whatever, you have to go through that. So I think that those without the biblical background, biblical languages and exegetical background, they have those weaknesses. I will encourage them to go to the ground, do their mother tongue, whatever theology there. But when it comes to academic work, they should look for somebody else and then probably partner with them for a stronger exegetical work. I've also faced that same argument with colleagues in South Africa who ask, is it preaching or... Thank you.
Yes. Let me add a little bit. Now, in our department, if you come for MPhil, Biblical Studies, New Testament, you will do first semester theologies of the New Testament exegesis, and then what was the third one? Intermediate Greek. For first semester. If you are able to pass those ones, then second semester you go to mother tongue biblical hermeneutics and advanced Greek. So you see that the Greek has built, even if you have no background in Greek and you enter, there's a way you must get the basics before you move on. So in that sense, the MPhil people are stronger in this area than the PhD people. The PhD is because your certificate will be Department of Religious Studies, a Christian option. And you did one semester course in Christian option, you need something else, you can come to Bible translation. But the MPhil people are stronger.
Yes.
Because they have 5 solid courses before they move to PhD.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
You may raise me a seat now. Thank you all. Let's put our hands together. Please permit us to make slight adjustments to the program because of the availability of our active participants. Okay. We would like to take one person from the third session, which is actually the last session for our workshop, because the last person for this current session is not yet available. We want to confirm if Dr. Livingston Toso is still online and could take his presentation now. We would be glad so that we can save our time. Doc, please, are you still online?
Please, yes.
Very good. And would you be ready spontaneously to take your session now before the originally planned time?
Yes, please.
Excellent. Thank you. All right. So I would like to introduce Dr. Livingston Tosu. Please forgive me if I have not pronounced your name well. My name, Wandusima, has received a lot of variance in in pronunciation, so please correct me if I get it wrong.
I think you are pronounced it. That is Tosu.
Tosu, thank you. All right. Colleagues and dear students, Dr. Tosu, Reverend Dr. Livingston Yao Tosu is currently was born 1975 at Seva in Volta region. He started his education from Seva AME Zion Church School and continued to Abo Senior Secondary School. He attended conference studies in the AME Zion Church, East of Ghana, the East Ghana Conference at Winneba, 2002 to 2005, and also moved on to Trinity Theological Seminary for his diploma, first and second degrees. He continued his academic career at the University of Education, Winneba, where he obtained certificate of postgraduate diploma in education. And finally, with his PhD studies being pursued at the University of Cape Coast. Professionally, he's a teacher in education, and he has presented over 15 papers at various conferences, both locally and internationally, and has published numerously, and some of his publications include Reading Judges 4:1-6, Implications for Women Empowerment and National Development, Entrepreneurship, Human Livelihood, the Bible, and Christian Living. And if I may mention just a few, the translation of sacred text, an essential device for Christian mission in Africa, and loose tongues and their implications, lessons for life security, and that was published based on 1 Samuel 1:12-11. Today, we are glad that you made time to join us, and we are excited and eager to hear your presentation on Mother Tongue Bible, Fulcrum for Dissemination of Sacred Message to All. Thank you, Doc, for being with us.
Thank you, the chair.
And Doc, you may share your screen in case you have PowerPoint slides. You are allowed to share your screen for our viewing.
Please, unfortunately, I cannot share it here. I sent it, I think, this morning I sent it there.
You are right. You are right. We have it here. Yes. So, Doc, we are trying to locate the document and project it so that you can start.
Thank you. I'm waiting for it.
Doc, the slides are up.
Yes, please. Thank you. Good morning. Good afternoon once again. This is a paper that I am presenting, working on it to point out the importance of the Mother Tongue Bible. As you can see, the title is Mother Tongue Bible, Fulcrum for Dissemination of Sacred Message to All. By introduction, I am indicating that to refer to Mother Tongue Bible as a fulcrum for dissemination is to display the role it is playing in the mission field. It is also to show how relevant it is for every community and the impact it's making, especially when it comes to the dissemination or, let's say, sharing of Christian faith. I am also looking at its importance and the value that language and the value of the recipients. It also dignifies them, that they see themselves to be part of the word or the message. So moving from there, I look at how of what mother tongue is and its relevance. If you talk about the relevance of mother tongue, you are trying to indicate that it is something that helps individual to think and understand in each own context in the language before responding to whatever he or she is supposed to respond to. And then the other thing is about there is this assumption that if a child understands his own mother tongue, he performs well.
Doc, can you hear us? We can't hear you anymore. Dr. Tosu, are you still online?
So in this case, the demand is that any translation that has to be done.
Thank you for your insightful presentation and being flexible enough to to present at this time. Outside the schedule we gave you. We would like to take a few questions on Doc's presentation, if there are any. Any questions? Yes, please, Steve.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Thank you also very much for making me think about the ways in which the use of translators is also a very complex situation. I know from the historical context, for example, in the Pacific, many London Missionary Society missionaries were bringing people from different islands to translate into in other places, and so therefore they were not the first, they were not mother tongue language speakers themselves. And so it makes me think about the ways in which this historically has happened for a long time, that sometimes people with language abilities that weren't mother tongue abilities were used as translators. And I was just wondering whether you know of any other examples where that's happened, and ways that they have been, perhaps these translations may have been corrected in the meantime.
Doc, please, you may respond to the question.
Sorry. I was very interested in your comment to say that in Togoland, that Schlinger's helpers misunderstood some of the sounds of the Ewe language, and so therefore there were mistakes in the translation of the Ewe Bible, because the people that first helped Schlinger weren't themselves proficient enough in the Ewe language to provide correct linguistic help to Schlingel. And I was wondering whether you know of any other examples and whether you could speak to ways in which those mistakes that were once made could be perhaps revised to create better versions.
Thank you very much. I think we can allow one more question, and then we can take our lunch break now. Any other question?
Hello. Just on a lighter note, one of the advantages you gave about the mother tongue Bibles is that people we now have both trained and untrained pastors and teachers of the word. You gave an example of people who preach in the buses and in the marketplaces. I'm wondering, are they looking for money or they're really winning souls for the kingdom? Thank you.
Sir.
Yes, briefly, please.
Working. Okay, yes. So I want to cross this T that preaching in the marketplaces and the roadside started long ago before mother tongue, start gaining grounds. Therefore, the mother tongue can hardly be a contributive factor to preaching in buses and then on the streets.
Thank you very much. We would like to thank you for your patience and your active participation. Thank you, Dr. Tosu, for being with us online up to this point. At this juncture, we would like to take our lunch break. Lunch is ready outside in a buffet form. But before we do that, may we crave your indulgence to take a quick photograph in front of our banner before we go for the lunch break. And the lunch break would be 1 hour, so until we reconvene at 2:45 to take the last session of our workshop. Yes, if there are any persons outside, we kindly entreat you to come inside for a quick photograph before we go. All right.
Thank you very much, everyone, for coming back after lunch to our second session. We are very blessed to have had such a lovely meal. Thank you very much for organizing that, Professor Jett. Now we are into our third session, about the dissemination of mother tongue Bibles. For those who don't know me, I'm Felicity Jens. I have at the University of Munster. And our first speaker today, though, is Dr. Ernestine Afrique, who's going to speak on mother tongue scriptures and African Christian spirituality. Dr. Afrique has a PhD in theology from the ACI, and she has her Masters of Theology at UN. Her position at the moment is a lecturer at the Trinity Theological Seminary, and we're very excited to listen to her presentation on mother tongue scriptures and African Christian spirituality. The floor is now yours, Dr. Afrique.
Yes, we can.
It is quite all right for you to take your time. It's complicated with technology. We're very grateful that you're there. Thank you very much for your presentation, and thank you very much for bringing some of the really interesting ideas also about the ways in which Bible translations can also help to be reframed for divergent and also current African independent church ideas and the ways in which spirituality then was also then been seen through these ways. But I'm looking around the room now and asking, are there any people that wish to ask some questions? question over here.
Thank you very much, Doctor, for this wonderful presentation. And my question has to do with the spirituality at the time of the AIC and the spirituality that the mother tongue seeks to bring. Looking at the AICs at that time, for example, I use the issue of Peter and in as a case study, Chirbentua. See that they don't go to hospital when they are sick. And if you look at those African indigenous churches that are even in the system right now, there are certain practices which does not align with the Bible when interpreting the scripture accurately as far as biblical interpretation is concerned. So we all know that before there could be a mother tongue interpretation, there should be an accurate biblical interpretation, or the meaning of the text should not be swayed away. So in the matters of spirituality, are you saying that the mother tongue interpretation should bring that same form of spirituality that was in the olden, let me use it that way, in the olden days or at the time of AICs? That's my question.
Please answer. Thank you for that. There's another question in the room, and then there's a question in the Zoom. Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Ernestine Afri. My first question is that how does an African reading the Mother Tongue Bible translate into growth or building of faith and spirituality? And I want to get the point on the growth. Are we looking at the numerical growth of the church in Africa, or you mentioned the physical and then the spiritual, but how does that translate in the practical life of the people where there's advancement of technology and stuff? How does this translate into us growing, looking at our economies on the continent and stuff like that? How do the AICs and even the group of Christianity help us in that growth? Okay, so first, how does an African reading the Bible in the mother tongue translate into the building of faith or spirituality? And then talking of growth, are we talking about just the numerical growth of Christianity centering in Africa, or we are looking at other dimensions of growth?
That it is possible for somebody who has an evil spirit to attack him or her. In that sense, when the African reads the Bible and is able to find in the Bible an indication that these things also existed in the times of Jesus, and Jesus has power over them, brings comfort and hope. You see, when the mission churches started and the AICs started, it was discovered that people from the mission-funded churches were moving into the AICs. And it was because when they worshipped the mission-funded churches, the kind of things they expected of religion, faith, they were not seeing. And it was just because their spirituality had been put aside. Their idea of the world had been put aside. And so, even though some of them still have their needs in the mission-funded churches, they also tried to go into these new churches that express themselves the way that.
Thank you for that. And given that we're running a bit over time, then we'll take the last question from the chat room, which is from Livingstone Tosu. You have the last question.
Yes.
Thank you very much. Please, can I speak?
Yes, please.
Thank you very much, the presenter and then the chairperson. I just want to find out why the presenter was trying.
Thank you very much for the question and also for the presentation. I think that what the question also indicated is that mother tongue translations happen in many other spaces, and that's part of the project that we're looking at, is to see how in different spaces mother tongue translations also helped to spread Christianity, but also our project's looking at how it also used to underscore and to help the colonial powers in those colonial spaces as well. And I think that's something that we're interested in. I did see that there was one very quick last question, because we are running over time. If there's one quick last question, we'll take that one.
Doc, thanks for your presentation. So first one, quick one. So the question is, can the African have Jesus who is a non-performer? Can Jesus be just Jesus without being a healer? If indeed Jesus must perform, is the African not reducing Christianity to a transactional faith, just like we have indigenous religions? And maybe to reinforce your response to an earlier question, Enim did not derive his Tribentua from indigenous traditions, rather from the faith evangelical church. So just by way of clarity. My name is Prempe. Thank you. Yeah, I was wondering whether the African can have a Jesus who is Jesus without necessarily having to be a performer, either as a healer and as someone who exorcises. In other words, is it not possible to have Christianity without being reduced to the transactional nature of indigenous religions? I have in mind Okot Pebitek, and I have in mind Ghana's Professor Kwesi Redu, who look at indigenous religions as performative, where it is also transactional. When devotees perform, the deities perform. If they don't, then in that order. But again, so if we reduce Jesus to a healer and all that, assuming Jesus stops healing, do we stop offering him cultic attention? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I think that we need to take to the next presentation, given our time's over. But I'd like everybody to perhaps put our hands together and thank you for your presentation. Thank you very much for that. And now we're going to go on to our second presentation in this third section. It's also on Zoom. It's somebody maybe known to people in the room, Dr. Isaac Gwen. I must constantly pronounce my surnames here. I'm sorry about that. Dr. Isaac Boehm is speaking to us today on a topic called Breaking New Ground, a study of the Bono Twe version of the Matthean Lord's Prayer in comparison with selected Akan Mother Tongue translations. I will not read you his CV, only to say that he has his PhD in theology from the University of the Free State in South Africa, a Master of Theology in the South African Theological Seminary, and a Master of Divinity at the Trinity Theological Seminary in Ghana. He's been working since 2021 at the Christian Service University College in Kumasi, and he has many publications, 90 he writes here on his CV, including some in international peer-reviewed journals. And so we're very much looking forward to your presentation. Thank you very much for joining us online. You are free to take over the speaking of the floor now, if you wish. Could you perhaps go into the slide modus? At the moment, we can see we can't see the presentation modus. Currently, it's okay.
Can you see it now?
We can see the presentation, but it's not in presentation modus. So couldn't you go to the top of your screen and then go to the one that said slideshow at the top, that one there, and the one that says from the beginning. And now we can see your full slides.
interpretation of the Bible. Thank you very much for your audience.
Thank you very much for that very insightful presentation in which you demonstrated the connections between past. Yeah. Oh. Okay. Thank you very much. Can you hear me now? Please, I will talk and you can tell me when you can hear me. Here in the room, I'm loud. Is there maybe a problem with the Zoom? I'm just waiting to see, I'll allow you to have the first question, but I'm just waiting to see whether the presenter can hear me. Okay, I'm not muted. I have the sound systems working here. Can you hear me now? Okay, great. That's fantastic. Thank you very much for that. I was saying thank you very much for your wonderful, rich presentation in which we were able to then have some examples that demonstrated the ways in which language can be translated and concepts translated through many different Bible versions, and also the ways in which some of the older translations brought in ethnographical material, which was very useful for translation of concepts. But now we have the first question in the room, please, yeah.
Thank you for your wonderful presentation. On the concept of name, you made mention of Diewu as a murderer. I'm asking this question because our former president, John Ajekum Kufuor, was given this title, Diewu, and I'm not sure Ghanaians were referring to him as a murderer. My second question is, the Hagiazo, and you rendered it as Udin na Enidienka. You made a case that no one can make the name of God holy. God is holy by himself. So I am asking, couldn't it have been this way? Udin Hote, instead of Udin Honte, your name be hallowed. But your name is hallowed, Udin Hote. Would that not also be a translation, a good one for that case? Thank you.
So literally it means member. And sometimes it is also used for somebody who is brave and is able to achieve success in a lot of things. So it is the literal meaning that is common in a household, and people would not really accept it unless they think about it for the figurative meaning. Then the Hagiazo issue, you are asking whether it couldn't have been.
Yes.
So it is a prayer, it's a petition, and when we say that you are really declared that his name is good, which is okay, but in terms of being faithful to the Greek construction and the way it is situated in the prayer, it's expected to how we call it, a petition. So here you are saying that everything that is you are employing others also to give honor and reverence to God. So you are petitioning to God and others, but what you have mentioned is declaration. So one may avoid the declaration, but for me, that is also not too bad, but that wouldn't be my first thought. Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any more questions in the room or online? I think we have time for one or two more questions. Yes, there is a question there.
Okay. Please, you see, this Matthew verse is seen as a synoptic in nature because we can find it in Luke. And looking at what Luke said, or what Luke wrote, the word hagiazo is rendered in aorist imperative. And therefore, we are not causing God to be holy. It is all, let me face this. It is also a passive word. So we are not causing God's name to be holy, but rather he has caused us to call his name holy. So the same thing is in the Luke, in the Matthew. It is also an imperative. So we are not to, call God as if we are identifying him as holy, but he is causing us to say that he is holy. Because when you look at the word well, that is how it is. And I was also expecting the presenter to do some kind of synoptic analysis, because he was only sent, he only centered on Matthew. Meanwhile, the verse is also found in Luke. So if you do a collective analysis, we can know that, or you can see that hallowed be thy name. We are not hallowing God, but God is imperatively causing us to say that he is holy. That is what I see in the context or the verse. Yeah. Thank you very much.
We are saying the same thing. In fact, we are not causing God's name to be holy or holy. And the point I made in the presentation is that the way the other account persons have put it, it's as if we are causing God's name to be holy. That is why this paper. And that is what we are trying to advise that we need to do. So we are taking the same language. Presenting a short paper like this is not everything that I could give detailed account of. The background of the text, the comparative study with the Lucan version, and so on and so forth. In the big paper, the paper is of my name, the paper that probably later will come out. I've done all this, and so the presentation is informed by those analysis, which I couldn't present here for the sake of time. So thank you very much for that comment.
Okay.
Thank you. Do you have a... Michael Wonderson has a question.
Thank you very much, Doc. It's good to hear you submit on this subject. I know you are aware that I earned my PhD on this text. And so, it's interesting to hear you on it. I just wanted to comment on this and hear your thoughts on them. I'll be grateful. Hagiasteto to onomasu, where hagiasteto is passive as well. It has an aorist aspect. And I think of the passive aspect involving both God as subject and the praying community as well. So that in the first place, of course, God hallows God's name. That is consistent, at least, with the Hebrew background, the Old Testament. But where God's name is hallowed, the passive suggests also that those who have the privilege to bear God's name ought to behave in ways that are consistent with the holiness of God's name. So that even though it's passive, and we could say maybe a passivum divinum, in the sense that God is the active subject, then the praying community has the responsibility to act in ways that are consistent with God's holiness. So there is a responsibility on the part of those who are asking God to let his name be hallowed in their life. That is one point. I would like to hear your thoughts on it, but let me add the last one so that I wouldn't have to speak again. And that has to do with your other subject of analysis. Jaime ens enekes hemas ens perasmon. I would add the last part, Alarusai Hemaz Apotu Poneru, that I interpret the perasmon in the negative sense, because I look at the first part, 13a and 13b together as a parallelismus memororum, two parts of the same thing, so that if this last part is saying that, but lead us not, but deliver us or rescue us, I like the word rescue us from the evil one, then I think perasmon there would be fazukung, or temptation and not test. I think of test in the positive sense and temptation in the negative sense, having in the Martian context, the aspect of Jesus's temptation in the wilderness in mind, and also the aspect of chapter 18 also in mind. What would you say about these?
Thank you very much, for that brilliant present. Let me start with the second one. You tried, or you said that you go for temptation. I think that is what I said. I think it's another analysis where some scholars were saying that it could mean test or temptation. Then I went for temptation. And when I go for temptation, then the theological issue as to whether it is God who is leading us into temptation or not is something that needs to be dealt with. And so my argument then shifted from Erasmus to the word the expression give. And to deal with it, I had to look at the Arabic which Jesus spoke. And I realized that Arabic has passive and cognitive aspects. So if it is God who is causing it, then he is really leading us into temptation. I'm not going to offend. If it is not he who is leading us by his passive, then it is do not allow us to go. So my paper points to the idea that temptation might be temptation, rational might be temptation, but the other expression to be do not allow us to go into temptation. So that what is the meaning of do not allow us? It is God's grace that protects us from temptation and helps us to go out of temptation or to not yield to temptation. So the moment God withdraws his grace, we are in trouble. So God, do not take away your grace from me. Hold me with your powerful hand so that I will not leave you and go into temptation. So over there, I agree with you. Then the first one that you mentioned, the fact that there are two aspects, God himself handling his need to human aspect as well. I met some literature that pointed to the dual dimension, the two dimension, God aspect and the human aspect. The issue I dealt with in the paper is this. God hallowing his own name has not been prominent in any of the translations. In any of the translations that are analyzed, each of them is come at our federal entity to whether it is the worshipper himself or some people, other worshippers is another story or it's another issue. But the fact of the matter is that we have come to God, we are praying to him. So it is God who is possible to live fully, or it is we who acknowledge God's name as holy. It is important for the translator to bring out that dimension where the worshipper must walk with God. And for the worshipper to acknowledge God's name as holy means the worshipper must revere God's name or glorify God's name in his or her daily life. And that's exactly what I'm asking that translators for the African mother tongue to consider.
Thank you very much. We have one last question in the room, and then we will go on to the next speaker. So one last question from Professor Stoffhoff.
Yeah, thank you for a very interesting paper. I have one question. You said God cannot put us into temptation. That looks a little bit as if we have a preconceived picture of God, what God can do and not do. But in the Old Testament, God does things that we would think are terrible and God cannot do. For example, he puts the Pharaoh, he hardens the heart of a Pharaoh. So he does something really bad with the Pharaoh here. We would say, God does things that we might not understand. And on the other hand, in Genesis 22:1, there's really said, God put Abraham to test or tempted him. And the word there is Nizar and Piel, and that really means to tempt or to really to put one to a test. So here God is doing exactly what you say with the letter of James that God cannot do. But I think this cannot be an argument for translation to say this is something that God cannot do, because then we come. I think the problem we have then is that we end up, if we are not very critical with this, that we end up as if old church fathers did with the New Testament or the Old Testament, when they said this is impossible that God can say this, so we have to allegorize the text, and we have to be very careful that we not make an allegory out of translations. So that's why my what do you call it, comment to this. Thanks.
Thank you very much for your answer, and thank you very much for your presentation. If everybody in the room could put their hands together to show their appreciation. Thank you very much. Now we're on to our third presentation of the session. I'm pleased to introduce Dr. Yao Wore, who is going to present his presentation. Dr. Yao received his PhD from KNUST in November 2023, so a relatively new graduate. Congratulations. I think that one can still say that in the month of afterwards. He's a Master's Philosophy he received in Mother Tongue Biblical Hermeneutics, also from KNUST. And he's currently working at the Tamale Bible College, where he's developing curriculum for teaching and learning. And he's here to give us a presentation today on dissemination of Mother Tongue Bibles in Ghana, the case of Gilbert. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. We've been talking about Mother Tongue Bibles from the morning till now. There is one key aspect of Mother Tongue Bible translation, and that is dissemination of Mother Tongue Bibles. And my case study is Gilbert. Gilbert, it's Ghana Institute of Linguistics, Literacy, and Bible Translation. We all know that the translation of the scriptures into the Ghanaian mother tongue since the introduction of the Christian faith to Ghana has made it possible for the Christians to dialogue with God in their own sociocultural context. And we can say that the mother tongue Bibles can account for the rapid growth of the Christian faith in Africa and Ghana in particular. We have come to understand today that both European missionaries and indigenous people were involved and have been involved in the enterprise of Bible translation in Ghana. And a good translation that is clear, natural, and accurate is not an end in itself. The dissemination of the finished product is key in ensuring that the mother tongue Bibles reach the receptor community intended for the translation. We have some main agencies. There are 3 main agencies involved in Bible translation in Ghana, and Gilbert is one of them. So a brief history of Gilbert and his activities. Gilbert is a Ghanaian Christian NGO that champions language development, literacy, and Bible translation as a way of winning souls. Gilbert was established in 1962 through the activities of SAIL International. But it must be emphasized that it was also through the instrumentality of an indigenous person, John Agama, that SAIL came to Ghana to start translation in the north. Gilbert is a member of Wycliffe Global Alliance, and Gilbert exists to make the Word of God easily accessible and readable to minority language groups in their mother tongues in Ghana and even beyond. So Gilbert partners local and international donors to translate the Bible into the various Ghanaian languages, to distribute the translated Bible via multiple mediums, and also to promote literacy education in Ghana. Gilbert works in about 40 languages, and these languages are mainly in the north of Ghana, Upper East, Upper West, Northeast, Savannah region, Oti region, Volta region, and as well as Bono region. As we speak, Gilbert has produced 15 full Bibles, complete Bibles, 20 New Testament Bibles. Just last month, they dedicated 2 Bibles, the Koma Full Bible and the Kachi New Testament Bible, basically using indigenous translators. Last week, I was with them, and there were translators who were doing the work of translation, and the consultants who was also monitoring what was going on, using the Bible translation software, the Paratext. So there are ongoing projects with Gilbert. They are translating the Old Testament for Seli, and also the Gichode dialects. These have the New Testament Bibles already translated. And Gilbert also consults for a sign language Bible project in Ghana. They spent about 10 years translating the full Bible and spent about $390,000 on the translation project. So dissemination of the mother tongue Bibles is one key stage in the chain of translation of the mother tongue Bibles. Dissemination of these Bibles is necessary due to the problem of global sociolinguistic factors that militate against vernacular languages and the patronage of mother tongue Bibles. In the morning, Prof. Aye made us understand that if you come to the urban centers, basically the churches use English instead of the mother tongue languages. And many translation agencies have issues with the dissemination of the finished mother tongue Bibles due to limited resources in reaching the communities that need it most. Before Gilbert would even start translating, they'll have to do an extensive stakeholder engagement because the finished product will have to be used by these stakeholders. And they'll have to do that to ensure that the stakeholders own the finished product. So these are some of the stakeholders that are involved before they set out to translate the Bible. When the Bible has been translated, the product is out. Gilbert will have to go a step further in order to help the people open the Bible, know how to use the Bible, and even understand the Bible. So Gilbert engages in scripture engagements, and that is in ensuring that the receptor communities make meaning out of the mother tongue Bibles. And the scripture engagement programs provide tools and resources to help the congregation move from being passive listeners to active users of the scriptures. And also, it is to whip up interest among these receptor communities. The scripture engagement activities include literacy classes, and these classes are usually held in churches. It is called Literacy for Life. There is one language in the north, in Savannah region, Tampuma. The people who speak this language basically are taught in Gonja when they go to school. They speak Tampuma, but when they go to school, they are taught in Gonja. So at the end of the day, they have no avenue for learning to read and write their mother tongue. But the scripture engagement offers them that opportunity to learn to read and write in their mother tongue. And these things are usually done in the churches. And Gilbert also ensures that they prepare the scripture and transmit it orally using faith coming by hearing recordings. These are audio recordings as a way of engaging the people to understand the mother tongue Bibles that they have produced. They also do video and scripture as a way of engaging the people to have meaningful usage of the mother tongue Bible. The channels that Gilbert employs in disseminating their translated works include, first, during dedications, when they are dedicating their mother tongue Bibles, is an avenue for them to showcase the products. And people who come around and show interest buy these mother tongue Bibles at a very affordable price. The last time I heard, they sell them for 15 cedis, approximately $1. This is to make sure that the people have access to it without any difficulty. Gilbert has offices in Tamale and in Accra, unlike other agencies like the Ghana Bible Society that has offices all over the country. Gilbert has offices only in Tamale and in Accra. And these offices are also avenues for disseminating the mother tongue Bibles. The local churches too have been means of disseminating the mother tongue Bibles. Usually when the Bibles are available, the churches would mobilize, come buy them, and send them to the congregation for them to have access to that. During outreach programs, such as Debes, is an avenue for them to market the mother tongue Bible. So if you go to the office in Tamale, this is a display of their products in a case. In fact, most of them are out of print. So if you want to buy, it will even be an issue. This is to showcase the work they have done. The last time I requested for some, they told me they will have to mobilize them from the project sites because all of them have been dispatched to the project sites for sale. The Bible translators, exegetes, and literacy for life coordinators also serve as points of sale. Since they have been involved in the translation, they are known to always have them. So people usually go to them and buy from them. Market days are also used to distribute and disseminate the mother tongue Bibles. In the north, they have major market days. Usually it rotates. So when it's a market day, Gilbert takes advantage of it to go to these marketplaces and display their finished Bibles or products as a way of enticing the marketers to also own these Bibles. Translation project sites. Usually every project has a site where the translators would want to meet and do their translation works. So the project site also becomes an avenue for disseminating the mother tongue Bibles. As I said, at very affordable prices. Gilbert also uses technology to disseminate their products. They have vernacular audio Bibles and videos. These are on different platforms, online platforms, that can easily be accessed. So the young people can easily have access to these online products as a way of engaging the mother tongue Bibles that are produced. And Gilbert also has a scripture app. And this is an audio-visual Bible with subtitles. So even as they watch, they also listen and see the subtitles, and it helps them to also engage in their own language. The challenges. Many indigenous people find it difficult to access the mother tongue Bibles through the means I have discussed above. If you come to the north, the villages are very far apart. The distance you have to cover to even reach the site of the translation, it's very, very long. So sometimes the indigenous people find it difficult in accessing these mother tongue Bibles. Some of them too have migrated to the south. You know, these projects are usually in the north, but some of the people in the north have migrated to the south. And as I said, Gilbert does not have offices, especially in Kumasi, the Bono area, the western region. In Accra, they have an office, but if you come to Kumasi, there is no office. So if you migrate from the north to the south, it means having access to the mother tongue Bible would be an issue. Dr. Zhu, who has been planting churches among the northern people who have migrated to the south, will have to come to the north to purchase the Bibles and send them down here. You have to send them here and give to the people. He has established churches among them. So if people migrate from the north to the south, it cuts them off in accessing the mother tongue Bibles. In some cases, the mother tongue Bibles get out of print, making it difficult for people to own copies. The Bully New Testament Bible was dedicated. When it was dedicated, 5,000 copies were produced in 1986. In 2000, another 5,000 copies were produced. By 2005, there were no print copies available for sale. By 2005, the only option they had was to produce the audio, the New Testament in audio format, so that people can listen to it, even though they may not have the hard copy to read and understand for themselves. So the way forward is to partner sister agencies, such as Bible Society of Ghana, to stock some of their mother tongue Bibles in their various regional offices earmarked for the sale of Bibles, and also to intensify the use of social media and other online platforms to create awareness of the availability of online Bible products in the mother tongues. So in conclusion, the dissemination of the mother tongue Bibles is as crucial as the translation of the Bible itself. Every available method should be employed to make these mother tongue Bibles accessible and affordable. If the Bible is translated and it doesn't reach the people for whom it was translated, it has not made any meaningful impact on their lives. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Wore, for the insightful concept of dissemination, which is a very important part, of course, of Bible translation, and one that people have been grappling with since the 19th century about how to get these printed copies into the hands of the people. I'm looking around the room. Are there any questions that anybody would like to ask? There's a question here at the back.
Oh, good afternoon.
Yeah, good afternoon.
I didn't hear you talk about patronage. Is patronage okay? Now, another suggestion. If Dr. Zul is listening, there's an economic gain you are just pushing to him. He should open a branch, and then he will get it. Thank you very much.
Yes, for patronage, it's very high because these are very affordable. And as I said, when they have translated the Bible, they also do literacy education. So you realize that the person may not have formal education, but can read and write in the mother tongue. So for patronage, it's very high. If you go to the field, you realize that people that you never expect them to read in their own tongue, they are reading. So patronage is very high. As I speak, Kokomba Bible is out of stock, and I learned that they have printed. It is about to arrive in the country. About 30,000 copies, Kokomba Bible. So you can understand that patronage of these mother tongue Bibles is very high because of the literacy education they do. So you get people having interest in owning the Bibles for themselves.
Doctor, thank you very much. You spoke about the migration of people from the northern part to the southern part. So have you thought of any possible means where you get those people who are migrating? For example, we have the Kayais. The Kayais here in Kumasi, and recently I heard the Kayai dormitory at
Accra,
Accra, and all those stuffs. Yeah. So, do you have any pragmatic approach to reach them?
Yes. I know churches have what they call northern outreach programs, whereby they want to reach out to these migrants from the north to the south. So we engage them and make them understand that these mother tongue Bibles are available. As I said, 15 cities. This morning I was asking the Bible Society of Ghana how much their Bibles cost, and you get it around 120 Ghana cedis and all that. But this one has been highly subsidized because of the people we know we are working with. Yes, so we engage them to let them know that this is what is available. And in fact, some of the copies are being given for free. If you go there and you want a copy, if they have enough, they give it to you for free. They don't even sell to you. And as I said, Dr. Zhu and a few people who know of this, they have been very, very instrumental in making sure that people who migrate here have access to these mother tongue Bibles.
Yeah, thank you very much. Just to add something to what you said, yeah, with people migrating from the north to the south, A project to get them evangelized started a long time ago. With the Ghana Evangelism Committee, we have a major task working among these people. And I'm happy to inform the House that many churches have been founded among Northerners in Kumasi. Methodist, Presby, Assemblies of God, Evangelical Church of Ghana, Bible Church of Africa. We have so many Northern churches for Northern groups. And quite about 2 weeks ago, my wife also started work among the Kaye at Roma Hill, among the Konkomba. Yesterday, I went to their office in Kumasi. Grippy has an office now in Kumasi. I went to the office there yesterday to inquire of Konkomba Bible. So 2 years ago, it was out of print.
Yeah, so as I said, this
so
week
now
or this
I'm working
month
to get
to be available.
the audio one for them. They have about 30 of these Kaya girls, Konkomba, that my wife is working among them. And then to add to the patronage, as my brother asked, yes, patronage is very high. The members, they appreciate the Bible in their mother tongue. But we have a problem. Many of the pastors who are leading these churches don't even read the marathon Bibles. That's a challenge we have. I don't know whether they feel shy in handling the Bible. I've been telling my colleagues, I said, if Jesus were to be on earth, he was speaking my language thoroughly. We have done Bible studies internally. In my church, we do Bible studies internally. I preach in Frafra. We do everything in Frafra. I teach them literacy in Frafra. And I'm happy to report that about 3 people in my church have no formal education. They can read the Frafra Bible now. Because we have a very strategic program of literacy that we do for them. So what I want to say is that just as the Bibles are moving, pastors should also collaborate with literacy classes. And also the pastors should appreciate the need to work with the marathon Bibles. And in that way, the patronage will be very, very high. Gilbert, we thank God for Gilbert, for what they are doing, especially with their scripture use project.
Yes.
But much depends on the pastors now. Because even through the marathon Bibles, we are now able to raise indigenous leaders to lead the churches. And it's very, very, very positive. So I can say that Gilbert is doing a great job. And I only don't agree with their policy that the Bible should be sent to the project areas. That policy, I don't agree with them. Yesterday, I told them at the office. Because we have Northerners in Kumasi, and we have got churches, Northern churches in Kumasi. Right now, Frafra Bible, we can't get it. I went there to buy the last 6 copies about a year ago. We can't get Bibles, Konkomba Bibles. Yesterday, I went there, I was given only 1 Gonja Bible. And said, that's all that I can get. I looked for Kosasi Bible. They said, now I should come to their office in Accra. So go tomorrow, I'm going to, this evening I'm going to Accra to go and collect those Bibles and bring it to my church, because I've got Kosasis in my church who need the Bible. So I have to travel to Accra for them. So that alone explains how our people are appreciating the Bibles. Thank you.
Would you like to comment on that before I ask the final question?
No, that's okay.
Okay, thank you. I'm looking around the room, and I'm going to ask the final question. I was interested in the ways in which you suggested that some people who spoke their mother tongues at home, but in the schools spoke another language or learned another language. And I was wondering whether you could talk about what happens when people actually, through the Bibles in their mother tongues, are able to speak their own languages, read and write in their own languages. Does that add to a different form of community understanding or a different form of identity building within these communities?
Yeah, so if I got you well, as I said, some of them are minority languages. So getting teachers to teach is a challenge. So I use the Tampuma as a case. They live among the Gonjas, and the Gonja language is a language is being taught in schools. So you're a Tampuma, but you are being taught to read and write Gonja. So the literacy for life is called literacy for life classes. That is the avenue for them to learn to read and write. And you realize that through that, Some will now enroll in formal education. There is one pastor, he's a Baptist minister, Samson Mumbi. In my work, my PhD work, I made a case for him. He only got to read and write through these literacy for life classes. And he went on, enrolled in formal school. Now he's doing his PhD program. Yes. So it builds their confidence, because for some of these language groups, the Bible is the only literature available. And it's the translation that affords them the opportunity to have their languages reduced to writing. So it's a great opportunity for them when the Bible is being translated for them.
Thank you very much. I'm looking around the room now, and considering of the time, we might put our hands together to thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you so much.
And we have one last presentation for this section. Unfortunately, we moved the program around slightly because beforehand there was an inability for one of our presenters to be in the second section. We are now going to place him in the third section. And it's my honor to introduce Professor Frederick Aja-Otto. Abraham, I'm sorry. Abraham Abevenku, who is going to speak on decolonized knowledge production for social transformation, potentials of mother tongue biblical hermeneutics as a source of new theological insights. And the Reverend Frederick Masoe Ameveku has Bachelor of Education, a Master of Philosophy, and a PhD. He's a member of the Ghana Association of Bible Exegesis, and he's in the West African Association of Theological Institutes. He's also in the Institute for Biblical Studies in West Africa, and the Society of Biblical Literature. And if you're online now, you may take over the floor. No, we can hear you. Good evening. The presentation is yours. Yes, we can. Yes, that would be fine. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for your presentation, and thank you very much also for coming to us at this time of the day, even though I know that there were some slight problems beforehand. So I thank you very much for your patience and for your willingness to present and bringing forward some wonderful ideas to cap off the last of the presentations of today. I'm going to look around the audience. So we've got time for one or two questions. Professor Jed?
Hello, can you hear me? Yes. So for you said the every Bible, the first one came out in 1919. But according to it came in his book, he said 1913. So which is which?
Every Bible has been completed by 1913.
Okay.
But because of the break of the First
World War.
it never reached the people until 1990.
That's okay. Right. You got it.
Thank you. I have a question about, you were talking about the ways in which many Bible translations currently still have funding from external agencies which place restrictions upon the Bible translations, including timelines and other aspects. But can you talk a little bit more about what other restrictions that external agencies place upon Bible translations?
Well, I think, first of all, apart from the issue of timeline that I mentioned, I've also noticed that the amount of training required for someone to qualify as an astute Bible translator is not always available for certain translation agencies who have acquired funding, who would like to produce certain projected quantities of mother tongue Bibles in specific contexts. Because of that, they do arrange certain training programs, but in my view, those training programs are not adequate because those who have been involved in Bible translation are fully aware that the training includes basic study of theology, linguistics, language studies, cultural studies, and sometimes the need for community engagement and interaction at different levels, which also involves a lot of travel. The travels could be expensive as well. We find that the funding agencies do not always have the time and perhaps, yes, the time in terms of their restrictions to ensure that all these are carried out before the project begins. That's what I mean by some of them. I also mentioned sometimes the decision.
Thank you very much. I think that we have time for one or two more questions before we go into the closing section, which will be much compromised due to our time. So are there any further questions for our presenter? Then it's my pleasure then once again to say thank you very much for your presentation and for providing with some more insights. And if everybody could please once again thank our presenter.
Thank you very much for having me.
And it's now my pleasure to hand over to Michael for the last roundup session, which won't take very long.
Yeah, thank you, Felicity. Thank you, dear colleagues and students and all other guests in the audience. We are grateful that you've taken time. Those of us who have who prepared papers to present, thank you for that amount of work that you've put into and for the insightful presentations that you have given. We originally wanted to engage with you on our exhibition, which is part of the project that we are undertaking. But as Felicity has said, given the time, we would want to use just some 5 minutes to ask you if you have any questions on all that we have done so far, from the first session to this particular session, and even on the bigger part of our projects, I mean the projects as we presented initially before the workshop started. In case you have any comments, any questions, any inputs, we would be glad to hear them and to note them down. Everybody seems as tired as I am. Yes, please.
Yes. Thank you very much, the team from Germany. I would want to find out if you are going to consider the relevance of the use of AI in mother tongue biblical hermeneutics. If yes, what is going to be the interplay or the place of the use of AI and biblical languages in biblical scholarship? Thank you.
I cannot say something about the mother tongue language because I'm not studying this, but I was very interested here to hear all these things. I've learned many things today that I didn't know before, and that's very, very interesting for me. But AI is used in the institute. We try to use it. We begin to use it a little bit, but the problem is AI is not very intelligent. It only reproduces old knowledge. If you, for example, if you go to use AI, for a colleague of mine, New Testament scholar, did it and let the AI write something about exegesis, and what came out was this exegesis of 30 years ago. Because why? The AI, many texts, modern new texts or exegesis are behind a paywall, and AI doesn't go there. So AI is much more stupid than we think. We try to use it, for example, what we wanted to, we have to transcribe all the manuscripts. I said we have 5,700 manuscripts, and they are done by hand. There's 2 students sitting there, one student making the transcription and transcribing the text, and another does it another time, so 2 different transcriptions, and then the computer compares them, and then a third person goes over and controls what is right. So but till now the computer is not, AI is not really working for our texts. We cannot let them transcribe. What we're trying now is what we need to transcribe text. But if you come tomorrow, I can show you many things about this. What we have to do is, if you want to really have this text in the computer, and to have to transcribe, and to have what we also have in the virtual manuscript room, to have the transcription and the manuscript page side by side, that you can control our transcription of the text. Then you have to know what's on the page, because the computer doesn't know which page, and then you have to index the text. If you have a manuscript, the first thing we do is to give the information to the computer what is on each page. Page 1 is John 1, 2 to 1, and so on, and so that the computer, that you can really find the text. And this we try now to do by artificial intelligence, but we are just trying. But we have it on the agenda to do what we can with it. But on the other hand, text critical, it's no critical intelligence on the computer, and I believe that will never really happen. I think computers cannot think, and they are not able to think in Greek, nor in a mother tongue language. So.
Thank you very much. That's a very interesting question about what can be done with AI and about our project. I think maybe for our exhibition that we might have, that might be an interesting for the exhibition that we're holding at the end of next year in the Bible Museum in Munster. We're going to show some of the translations and some of the results from our project, and some of the ones that we have done from the case studies. But it might be an interesting thing to put in what will happen if we put an AI in. There are lots of translation apps at the moment. DeepL or Google does it as well, and we could do some of those translations and see what actually happens out of it. I think it's a fascinating area to move into, and I think that there is space for it. But as Holger Stuttwurth has already said, the amount of work that goes into getting it to a stage where the computer can actually produce something that's useful is, at the moment, still very slow. And that's what we're seeing from our from the visualization that I sent a slip out this morning, that the amount of work that it's taken to get to a point where a few visualizations happening. We've spent months and months and months getting the data ready, and I think this is the big problem, getting the data to a state that the computer can use. And when we're talking about really small languages that don't have terribly many speakers, then first of all, finding the people that have the literacy to be able to do it, to take them out of their other professions that they're used in other places. And it's very hard sometimes to find the people that have the time to be able to help create the material in a way that the computer needs. So I think maybe one's going to go there, but I think it's going to take a little time yet.
Thank you very much. I think mother tongue, biblical hermeneutics proper, your question is probably a food for thought for us to start thinking about the place of AI in this whole thing. I don't know if any of us who are interested in this field or are already involved in this area of research has already thought about that. I would be glad to hear about that, but I have not thought about it yet. Professor Mevenku is still online. Prof. Kuono Ajaoto is still here. I'm wondering if you think AI can have a role to play in mother tongue biblical hermeneutics. That's something we probably lack time to discuss into detail, but that is an interesting question to set us thinking. One last question, then we'll take announcement from Prof regarding what the session we want to have tomorrow with Professor Stuttwurth, which promises to be very interesting. Yes. It's not a question. Was your hand up? You want to say something, please? Yes.
Hello. Yeah. So concerning the AI, one interesting thing is that you can get the resources there, but it lacks the ability to paginize or paginate a particular reference. So you'll be able to get, let's say, Kuono Ejaoto, like maybe 2019. But the statement that will give you that information, the AI is not able to give you the page number of that particular reference, meaning that whether you paraphrase that or whether you reconstruct that statement, you may need to also refer to the particular document to be able to give a page to that reference. So we can work on AI, but we also need to also bridge that gap so we can do proper research.
I'm grateful to God that He has brought us this far. Michael was with me some few years back, and then we talked about this in the Department of Religious Studies here at university. When he ran away from me, just like Philemon running away from Paul. But God has brought him back through this project. I'm so excited and grateful to God that this is the beginning of greater things to come. And as I went out, some people were saying, can it be an annual affair? I said, well, the big men are here. They will decide whether it will be an annual affair. But back to the point, we are closing this session. When we finish, there are Bibles out there. You see the Bible from Gilbert. You can have an exhibition and look at them. Various languages, very cheap. We are not selling this. Are all from my office. This is what I used to teach. Bible Society, they are gone. They are in a hurry to go. But we have the Gilbert Bibles there. Now, tomorrow is a special day. Initially, we planned that we'll go to the department for Professor Holger to give us some insight into maybe how to use tools in doing biblical hermeneutics. But as Peter said, was it when they were on the mountain, he said, it is good we are here. I think that we'll have tomorrow's session here instead of going to the department because the atmosphere is very serene. And then the challenge we have is that there is another conference here from 9:30. So if you can come earlier, so 8 o'clock, by 9:30, 9:15, we are finished and gone. So that we don't maybe go to the department and then where there will be students up and down, what is happening here. But we'll have everything here tomorrow by 8. So if you are leaving your house,
yes,
yes,
okay, very good.
yes. If you are leaving your house, leave early. I'll make sure I take early breakfast by 6 I've eaten. By 8 we'll be here, and then Professor Holger will be willing to teach us some of these things that will help us, especially those of us in biblical studies. You know, like I said earlier, if you are doing this kind of thing, you must tell us there's a Jesus first before you tell us about what is in your Bible. You cannot just jump and go there, you will fail. So he is here to tell us how we can use some of the tools they have developed in Germany for this particular research. And I'm glad that he said this place is serene, so we can have it here. Prof, thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, so Michael, you can continue.
Thank you. And if I am allowed to have the last word of the day, then it's my pleasure to say thank you very much, Professor Jed, for you and your team for helping very much. It's very, in Germany, it's very traditional at the end of a conference to thank the people that have spent a lot of time helping. And it's also usual to give little presents. So I'd like to pass this along, a little present for you to say thank you. And a present for Peter Adams. Oh, yes, please. Because this collaboration came apart and we could not have done it from Germany. Oh, Holger. Holger? There would have been no way for us to have done this without you and your team. I know that Ernest is there as well. And then, because I don't want to keep you very long, but also then Peter Adams, I think is outside, is he? Yes. For him as well, for he's been wonderful, as helpful. But I think that for me also, I would like to thank very much also Michael Wondersum, who's been incredibly helpful in being the bridge that's built new ways between Ghana and Germany. And without your help, Michael, this also would never have come into fruition because it was your idea. And you're the one that helped everybody come together. So a big round of applause for Michael. And thank you, Peter.
You didn't capture? Yeah, that's right. Your camera didn't capture me, you know. So, Michael, come around.
Said that to bring your computer with them?
May I quickly emphasize, Prof? Yes. May I quickly emphasize that we are actually starting at 8. So it means that we can already come 15 minutes before 8 so that we are seated. Then it will give Prof. Studvolf enough time, and then for us also to engage him. Some of the things he is presenting, as we can see from his presentation today, are really thought-provoking, and I think it will allow us time to engage him if we come early. So we are starting actually at 8 o'clock. And please, for the purpose of the administrative part of our workshop in terms of funding, we need all of us who came to sign the attendance list. So please sign that for us so that we don't have administrative problems in getting reimbursement for the expenditure we are incurring here. So please kindly do that for us as well. I think Brother Ernest and Peter have the attendance list. In case you've not done that, please do that before you leave. Thank you.
Yeah. And to add to tomorrow, you come with your laptops that have internet access, so that as he does his things, he'll also be doing and be seeing what is happening. Then you can go home and practice. So we are coming with your laptops. We'll be demonstrating, and then we'll be practicing. So take note. Thank you very much. Yes.
Shall we then share a word of prayer? Dear Heavenly Father, we are grateful to you for the opportunity you have given us, the gift of life, the gift of safety in travel from far and near, the gift of the opportunity to exchange ideas, to learn from each other. We are grateful. We ask that you continue to grant us such gifts so that we will be enriched, such gifts so that we will advance in the respective endeavors that we found ourselves. As we leave this place, we ask your blessings of grace, of peace and mercy to follow us and all that we will be doing hereafter. This we ask through Jesus Christ, our Lord. Amen.
I have. This mighty. I come.